Hello and welcome to my stream. My name is Aksik, aka Annika, as you might know since you're here. So, who's here with me today? Oh gosh, the chat is... I didn't even notice the chat was so much hopping. Okay, hi Nessa, hi Lucy, hi Gail, hi Janet, hi Jeanette, sorry. Hi Atlanta. Oh, hi Auntie. Who else? Oh, Serena, hi. Hi Char. Oh gosh, Dana, hi. Wow, wow, it's lovely. Hi, Mimi. We don't use gun and sword. We use paintbrushes and blenders. um, what else? Who else is here? Oh, let me have a look. Why doesn't my forecast say light drizzle when it's thunder and lightning like it's a second coming? No, we don't have anything like that. It was very warm here today and clear. We kind of really need rain at this stage. We had one day of more or less decent rain. I hope the sound is okay. Oh, hi, Jess. Hi. Oh, hi, Chris. Hi, Jane. Oh, hi, Jane. I haven't seen you for a while. Hi, Andrea. Yay. Oh, it's lovely. It's absolutely fantastic to have you all here. It's going to be another fun one. I betcha. Sound is good. Oh, great. I'm asking because I was changing a microphone. I decided that since I had this huge fail with them wonderful pencils that I ordered from Amazon, who knows. It's like, yeah, the fancy Stadler watercolor pencils. Then I decided to treat myself to a new microphone. And I now have a new, very, very professional looking microphone. Let me tell you. Wheels and Muller and palette knife. Nessa, you rock. So yeah, I have a new microphone, and I was not 100% sure how, I did test and it did work, but it's kind of hard to judge myself, to be honest, if it's worse or better or if it's good, especially considering most of the time I have fan going next to me. So yeah. So since all the relevant people are here, I got a package today. I got a package today. And since I didn't cop on what it was, I managed to open it before. Usually I like to open them at camera because I love the element of surprise. But I trust you, there was an element surprise on Saturday morning, because we do sometimes get post on Saturday mornings. And I was kind of a bit drowsy. I woke up late and I staggered downstairs, and I was just considering if I should make coffee or is it too late for coffee and that sort. So a package for myself on the kitchen island. Was idly wondering. I didn't order anything, but hey, maybe I did. No, I didn't. Maybe I did. Opened it, and it was a present. It was a present. Annika, that book is just sitting there. And it's a present from, let me say it, from Auntie. So Auntie, hi, thank you. From Lucy and for Nessa. So thank you, Auntie Lucy and Nessa. This is a book that I've been thinking of for quite a while. It is, I didn't actually realize that it was a mini book, which makes it even more appealing to me. It is so lovely. Auntie, does it have effects? Sounds great to me. It's Blue Yeti, the microphone. I don't know if it has effects. It's supposed to have effects. Oh, look, skeleton. Thank you, thank you. It is my birthday month, and I'm super. I was so delighted. I haven't retouched my wish list for a while myself, so yeah, it's very exciting. Anyway, I'm a bit giddy at these moments, but we have here. It's a mini book, and I haven't. It is actually bound as well. Look, you can see it. Okay, it's probably if I put my hand in front of the. It's maybe too close to light, but trust me when I say, okay, it is bound. Sorry, but stitched, I meant, not bound. Of course it's bound. I meant stitch bound. Okay. And it's lovely. I haven't tested paper yet. We will do that today as well, since I got it. And I haven't really gone through it properly, because I wanted to do that on camera. Thank you so much, Nessa. Jeanette, thanks to your last Happy Mail, I have bought myself 3 books today. Oh no. Well, book peddler. Gosh darn it. If it has effects, please use them. I need to investigate. I think it, at the moment, it's just connected to my docking station as is. I haven't downloaded any software or anything, but I think it does have software. It's the, everybody knows that one. It's the fairly well-known one, because I didn't really know which one to get. I am not really an expert in microphones, so I went for something that is kind of a solidly recognized as a decent microphone, and it also had a sale on at the moment, and I got it for a decent price. I'm not saying it was cheap, but I got it a fairly decent price. Thank you everybody for birthday month wishes. Eileen Muldoon books of Edinburgh and Gardens. Oh, they are fantastic. Thank you. Thank you to everybody for lovely wishes. Oh, thank you, Auntie. We do love you. I love you too. All of you. I hope you know that. And I hope you know that I appreciate you, even if you don't send me stuff, or you know, like, I don't need stuff. It is lovely. The thought is wonderful, and I'm getting super excited every time somebody sends me something from the kindness of their heart. But you know, it's not. I'm not, peddling for gifts. Let's put it that way. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at Mauritius. Let me get you a bit closer so you can see. His line art is exquisite, isn't it? And don't you love the size of it? It's such an accessible little book. Look, this is my hand. Okay, my hands are literally shovels. I am of solid Fenno-Ogrian stock, who's, kind of bred to plow the fields. But although I do have big hands, still, it's just the size of my hand almost. Like, especially if it can make you sound like Chorus of Angels or a rapper from the early 2000s. I need to find out if that can do fancy stuff like that. Maybe not. I haven't, as I said, I haven't really looked into it. Okay, let me pull it closer. I can show it to you. Hopefully the cable is going to be long enough and I'm not disconnecting everything lovingly. Okay. This is the one. Doesn't it look professional? It looks neat, doesn't it? Anyway, I'll put it back. And it has at the back. Oops. I got it connected. It is actually now connected to my PC and to my OBS, and seems to be working fine. So yay! Sorry now, oh my gosh, that book is looking very appealing. It really is, isn't it? I'm just reading a very detailed and informative commentary on Joe's videos. Oh, it is a wonderful community we have with fabulous leaders. It really is. And I'm feeling super fabulous tonight. Well, as far as my bounty of friends is involved anyway. Okay, so thank you, Janet, for lovely wishes. Who is the artist? It's Maurizio Campidelli. It's the same artist who, oh, dang. Okay, I'm going to, I know that I have one of his books near me because I've been meaning to dip into it. Wait. Oh, found it. It's the same artist as that one. The Crowns and Flames. And that one actually has decent paper. This one takes some water, takes pencils really well. It's a beautiful book. And it's the same artist, only this one is like a book of minis, gothic minis. Did I unplug? Oh. Is there sound again now? It's probably because I hit the mute button as I was moving it. Okay, yeah, Pirate Lady. I still haven't done anything in it. I'm itching to get to it, but somehow my coloring mojo has been, you know, all over the place, skulking in the corner, moodily. Maurizio Campidelli. Okay, I'm gonna find his name someplace that you can read it. So this is the guy, Maurizio Campidelli. Maurizio Campidelli. That's the guy. He is super talented. Love his line art. Okay, so sound is on. Andrea, I had such a horrible day. Oh, and your laugh, and it just made me laugh too. Oh, that's the best thing ever. That's the best compliment ever. Thank you, and you know, you're welcome. Yeah. If we somehow manage to share some, it's not just my effort, it's all of you. You know, this live is not just my thing, it's a group effort. This Chaturday is not just mine, it's ours. Okay, so I could sit here and just, you know, color away and mumble away. It's you people who are making it fun and interesting and engaging. So yeah. Okie doke. I really hope that everything is settling, getting better, Andrea. Anyways, oh, okay, all right, sorry. I get carried away, as I usually do. Anyway, I thought that I would page through it. And I also want to definitely try, you know, what this paper likes and what it doesn't. I'll probably try some pencils here first. And then I might try some watercolor as well, or, you know, water-based markers and such. I know that alcohol markers are going to work, of course. It is mostly one-sided, and as I said already, it's stitch-bound. Char, this month started off with a lot of folks lacking the usual bluster of energy. Don't feel bad. Yeah. Yeah. If a thing loves, it is infinite. Wow. That is a Gothic quote. I love his portraits. That's one of the artists that I should have actually, when I was talking, did this tag about ideal or perfect coloring book. And there was a question there about which artists I would like to have a portrait book from. And I meant to mention Maurizio Campitelli, but I forgot. I really like how he draws people. Why is the camera again doing weirdness? Okay, so look at his face, you know, the way he does faces. They're all different as well. They don't look all identical. Just beautiful line. We were trying to stay for another easy 3-hour stream. It's okay, Stanika. Stall. Yeah, the camera, I know. I need, and next thing I need actually is a new camera. I got now new microphone, and I should have probably gone for the camera instead, to be honest, now that I'm thinking about it, because I'm not happy with this camera. It's all right. Like I can deal. But I would like a camera with better autofocus and that doesn't blow things out as much as this one does. So, yeah. Just look how elegant and how beautiful and, you know, how detailed, yet not overly fussy his line art is. He is, in a way, is kind of in a similar ballpark as Kirby. I think the way he illustrates and the way he shades, that he gives you those hints. But to be honest, I like his line art better than Kirby's. But that is just, you know, my personal preference. Sadly, he doesn't have the same amount, you know, same kind of a clout as Kirby, of course. But yeah, I really like his line art and the way he draws. This usually stained glass doesn't do much for me, but I'm kind of very tempted to try to actually color that as it would be a stained glass window with kind of a bit of reflections on the wall and stuff like that. I don't know if I'm able for it. A lot of flowers. Like these sort of pages usually are the ones that either I'm testing my media on, you know, whatever markers or pencils, or kind of ignore them because I'm usually not big into doing big, very, very busy botanical pages. But this one looks lovely. You can do really nice. Well, it would be fairly fast, and you can play a bit with the light and reflections and shadows here and make it really dark, and because, you know, it has that really well-defined light source. I think the fact that I have that pile of book underneath might be throwing the camera as well, because it sees something else underneath it, and it's like, where should I focus now? Oh, hi, Laurie. Hi. You got, oh, Andrea, you got nearly beaten up in grocery shop today by a woman I've never seen in my life. Jesus. That is awful. How is the paper? That's the thing. The paper, I don't know yet. The paper feels pretty nice. It's not super thick, but it is nowhere near Amazon paper. It has body. It feels smooth, yet with some tooth. I suspect it would be nice with pencils. I don't know yet. I haven't tried yet with water-based media. We will do that next, I think. Mimi, I think we're lucky to have people like you and Lucy and Jess and Zoe and Zeev and Oti, Chris and AJ for doing these lives. You guys help make this community what it is. Oh, thank you. Thank you, big hugs, Mimi. Yeah, Andrea, I hope you're okay. That sounds like an absolutely horrifying experience. No wonder you were down. Oh, Chris, your cats wanted a bit of chicken. Your cats are spoiled just like my pets have all been. Only the best. Jane, I'm trying a stained glass effect in mouse card. Oh yeah, that one has, the first one definitely had, I think, stained glass page. It's not, actually a couple of them, because it has those environments where you have stained glass windows there, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. It's beautiful. There's also quotes here, which is, once again, these ones I'm very unlikely to do unless I have one of those evenings where I don't feel like doing much, so I just put color onto it and do some gel pens on top and say, hey, I just finished the page. Look at the detail on this. I don't know if I'll actually get you a little bit closer, because if I lift, then the focus goes all bonkers. Look at that. Just look at the detail here. Oh my gosh, this Crowns and Flames book looks so amazing. It is beautiful. It is, Serena. Love the versions with silhouettes. Okay. She cut the queue. She cut the queue, Andrea, and she wanted to deck you. Oh, hi, Mandy. Hi. Hi, Candace. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for your happy early birthday wishes. Thank you. This is my birthday present, by the way. So we're looking at the line art here, and I'm going to check out the paper soon as well. Barbed wire and roses. Look at that. Classic Gothic. And we're going down there to sort her out. She got the queue in front of me, and I dared to say politely that, excuse me, and that set her off, and she was shouting and screaming for 15 minutes and tried to get physical. Something is seriously wrong. That person could not have been in a good place. Yeah, there are people like that. Oh, I love that one. Oh, I love that one. I'm kind of imagining doing almost galaxy-ish, a dark background around him, and then going on top with light pencils and different colors, pastel-y, and pulling out those rays and stripes. I don't know if it would work. I would need to also do it so that around him would be kind of a yellowish glow, and from that glow you get all those different color rays. I wonder if that would work. Yeah, these ones, once again, they're great for testing media, let's put it that way. I'm not a huge wallpaper person. What book is this? That is called a Goth Coloring Book, and the author is Maurizio Campidelli. That is the guy. It also says, embrace the darkness. And this is the ISBN. I got this as a birthday present. This is wonderful. Damn it, it's just blowing it out. Look at that. Oh. Yeah, I can't show ISBN because at the moment I'm going to reduce my light a little bit. I might be too much. Hi Orla. Hi. I think now you can possibly see. Tends to blow out. Yeah, new cameras. Dragon Wars.
Are you telepathically linked?
Who? Dad?
Yeah.
Tell him not to watch it. It's awful. It's a really, really bad movie. I watched a really, 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 really bad movie today. Serena, I can imagine you're coloring on every page in this book. So it is Maurizio Campidelli. Is very me. Recommendation, follow Jane and watch her streams on Sundays. Beautiful coloring. Okay, Jane. People said she might have been on something. That is very likely, yes. This would be really fun to watercolor. Hope the book likes water well enough. Even if it doesn't, I think because it's so small, things can be based here with alcohol markers really easily. It is one-sided. So I'm not, well, although I do like the easy variations and kind of a color play and textures you can get with watercolor, but you can also get nice results in images like that if you just base them with watercolors. Look at that. This actually might be tricky almost to do on that size of a page, because look at the level of detail, especially on the face. Like that might be a challenge, because this is the size of the book, you know, my hand. So sometimes artists kind of don't take into consideration when they put down all that detail. They do it, most of them, you know. Well, I don't know if he does it digitally or does he do it, you know, does he ink physically his pages? It doesn't really matter. You know, I bet you he's creating those in bigger format than they are printed here, and if it's reduced to a small book like this, pocket book like this, that sort of a face becomes very challenging to do. Okay, so what is the name of the movie? Name of the movie is Dragon Wars. It was just added to Netflix. And I don't even know what prompted me to watch it. I went to Netflix for something totally different. And then I saw this, you know, like they show those ads for new things. And it just looked so bad. And I have a weakness for a kitschy bad movie or TV series. Like I get huge laughs out of when things are genuinely really, really crappy. And that one was, I was laughing most. I wasn't watching it properly. At some stage I just started fast forwarding, because it was just like, yeah, no. I'm not letting to take it very big chunk out of my day. It was hilarious though, the bits I watched. Like every single scene was bad. So yeah. Oh, hi Wendy. Hello. Looks like all the cool people are here. Yes, we are. All us cool people. Oh, you have purring baby blocking your screen. Oh. Okay, CST. Oh, I'm thinking again, what is the time difference between CST and GSM? I need to figure that out, because I would love to see one of your lives, Jane. Your art is wonderful. Oh, Bella, you're mad. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. You people keep shocking me. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, I'm itching to do that. This would be such a beautiful page. And this one isn't, like, it's just the right level of detail. It's not over fussy. Like, look at, you know, here you would struggle with the detail a bit, even with a very sharp pencil. Some bits you would need to do with the fine liner or something, but look at that. Just beautiful line art. And the way he does clothes is wonderful as well. The way he kind of puts the line art down. It's very easy for me, or my eye, to get it right away and figure out how I want to color it. That is pretty. Well, pretty if you're into that sort of a skull aesthetics. My cats. Yeah, I need to figure out. Janet, Jane's channel. Yeah, I know Jane's channel. I'm definitely subscribed. But I need to actually figure out what time the live would be, because for some reason my YouTube doesn't like sending me notifications of lives. Even if I have been to those lives before. Sometimes I do lurk. Often I have lives on when I'm doing something. You know, if a live is on, I tend to be cooking in the kitchen or, you know, doing something that I can't actually chat, but I do occasionally lurk. The lady with the cats looks like Kate Winslet. Does she? Actually, yeah. Doesn't she? A little bit, yeah. That's an interesting observation. Look at that. That's such a cool symbolism. That's like a dance macabre a bit, isn't it? Just beautiful. And just on the edge, it goes in some areas tiny bit too detailed to be able to color very well. For example, look at those tiny areas in the roses there. That could be challenging with a pencil, but I can still do it. Like, it's doable. And I really love the image. So beautiful. I tend to ruthlessly skip over the quotes, as you might have noticed. I'm glad we don't change times anymore down here in Mexico, but I use EST for my stream so people don't get confused. Jane, I work and lurk all the time. Yeah, I've even had a stream on like my headphones, and occasionally, you know, if you can, my screen is really big, you know, it can be kind of on the side of my screen when I'm doing something, but I can't really chat. So, or more likely, you know, I'm doing something in the kitchen or wherever I'm doing something, and then something is in the background, either video or live or whatever. But that's why I'm such a bad commenter, because I'm usually not, you know, sitting with the phone in my hand as I'm watching something. So that's a lot of snakes. That's 4 bats. Once again, wonderfully drawn. That's a really nice kind of a scene. I should do pages like this. I don't tend to often go for environment or interior where there's no human or no animal, but I would like to get better in actually coloring, like interior design or rooms or furniture. I'm not very good at that, mainly because I haven't really practiced much. This has a lot of stuff. Like, this is like pretty thick little book, you know. It's small size, but there's a lot of pages here. Love that. Candelabra. Okay, the wolf. This would be really nice to do in really stylized way. It almost looks like a tarot card, doesn't it? I work and learn. I think I will disappear from some of the streams this week. New term starts on Monday, so I will get busy until December. Absolutely understandable. Life takes preference, you know, most of the time. I use Central USA. Oh, sorry, I didn't say hello to you, did I? If I didn't, I'm sorry. I know that you're here. Somehow I didn't say hello. Central time zone for that reason too. We don't change time either in Colombia. Okay. Mandy is making spaghetti. It's 5:30 p.m. Michigan. Okay. Chris, I was upset for a week when the time changed. I hated it. I'm so used to it, and I don't really mind. I have quite a lot of colleagues and people who find it really, really shakes them up and throws them. Sometimes for, like you say, you know, for a week, they just don't feel the same. For me, it's not problematic at all. Somehow it doesn't bother me. Except that for a while you have this moment that you have to wake an hour earlier and your body clock is just saying, no, I should still be sleeping. But you know, you'll get over it. I really like that one. I think that tree should be a silhouette almost. With maybe some really small highlights. Really like the composition in that. Also like the composition in that one. And look how well he is doing the rabbit. Like there's not much you need to do here with pencils or any, you know, basically there's not much work left here because his hatching is so good here already. Most of the work is done for you. Isn't it beautiful? A quote, "She walks in beauty like the night of cloudless climes and starry skies." Oh, Byron, you were a terrible, terrible person. But you did create some beautiful lines. Yeah. Oh, Wendy, you have to run. You too, have a lovely weekend. Bye, Wendy. 2-3 in Oregon. You hate it when the clocks go back. Yeah, Gail. I kind of get it. Confuses your brain. Yeah, I'm usually mostly all right. Oh, beautiful scene once again. The cats and the cemetery gates. Oh, dragon! Look at them dragons! Them's lovely. He who binds to himself a joy does the winged life destroy, but he who kisses the joy as it flies lives in eternity's sunrise. Okay, the way it was written, I kind of got the rhythm wrong, the way it was positioned, but William Blake. I'm not very good with kind of English language poetry. Well, the knowledge of it, I do know some, but I used to be into poetry more when I was in my teens and early 20s, and it would have been Estonian poetry, obviously. So my knowledge of, yeah, English language one can be a bit patchy, let's put it that way. This is beautiful page. Also, it would be one of the, the composition is really good, and it would be quite easy to color, I suspect. Okay, we have Ankh. The Moon. Another one that looks very much like a tarot card. Mushrooms in a Jar. Time brought resignation and melancholy, sweeter than common joy. Okay, Emily Bronte. A Plague Doctor, because you can't have a Gothic book without one. Oh, that's lovely. A Pretty Little Witch with tarot cards. That would be a challenge to actually do because of the black lines in the cobwebs, the spider webs. Evening Primrose, which is a very, very pretty flower. Some are born to sweet delight, some are born to endless night. Yeah, that's very detailed. That's one of the pages that I definitely, kind of, I think he made it a tiny bit too detailed for this format. Look at the detail here at the bottom. Like, that would be a bit of a challenge. Oh, look at that. Love it. The crow in a waistcoat. Oh yeah, this book is definitely calling to me. He who dares not grasp the thorn should never crave the rose. Oh, nice. It is a very Halloweeny book, of course. Yeah, he's so talented. Okay, so let me have a look at the chat. Gorgeous owl. Yes, the owl was really beautiful. Jeanette, sorry ladies, I'm falling asleep. I will catch up tomorrow on a big screen. I like it when comments go up. I feel part coffee at the stream. On BRB, going back, look up Estonian poetry writers. Look up Doris Kareva. I used to love them both. Doris Kareva. I don't think anybody has ever translated them into English. And Betty Alver. Those are true poetesses whose stuff I liked a lot when I was... See, why is the camera blowing it up so much? You can't even read what I'm writing. That's ridiculous. Okay, I don't know what to do actually about it. Let me see if I can slightly change the... the configurations, if I can turn down a little bit of exposure. It does get... That's one of the things that I don't like. No, sorry. This probably wasn't a good idea. Okay, is it better now? If I bring that here, can you read it? It does make the picture a bit choppy. You know, when I'm moving my arm, you can see that it's choppy. If I take the auto exposure off, which is why I'm saying I need to change the camera. So sorry about that. Was wondering if anybody here knows how Zucchini Kitty doing. I heard that she stopped her videos because of arthritis, but she's so talented. Yes, Andrea, I think we talked about that at some other stage as well. I don't have any personal contact with her, but I was very, very sad when she stopped because I just really liked her techniques. She made it look so easy to work with inks, and I know very well that it's anything but. So yeah, I just hope she can still color for herself. I really hope so, yes. Wikipedia has like no information. The earliest known poetry written in Estonia was in the Latin language. The first poem written in Estonian language came from Baltic German Estophiles. Yes, they did. They were like Estonian language enthusiasts. It's kind of like a novelty thing, the peasant language. Estonians were very much enslaved for centuries, kind of a serfdom, extreme serfdom type of a situation, and mostly German barons, although eventually the government moved to Russia because Russia took over Estonia, but the barons still remained German. So, yeah, it was kind of like pretty much anybody who could invade did. During the time of Norest Young Estonia movement, Christian Jaak Peterson, he is actually Estonian, yes. Yeah. Lydia Koidula would be kind of like one of the symbols of national awakening. Her poems were very patriotic, a lot of them. But also some really gentle ones. But she would not have been my, if I actually go by, what my favorite poets were, she would not have probably been one of them. Like, I did like some of her stuff, but she wouldn't have been my big favorite. Okie doke, we are going to pick a page and put something on it. Doris Kareva, Betty Alver. Yeah. Really like this stuff, but I do not know. Mandy, are you from Estonia? Yes, I am Estonian. not just from Estonia. I am actually like purebred. Purebred. God, it sounds wrong. I am actually Estonian, yes. I grew up there, and my first 30 years of life, 31 actually, I think. I lived there, I worked there. I actually had, a very fulfilling and fun career, everything. And then I met my husband in Estonia. He was watching a soccer match. He had been working in Finland, which is across the bay, 90 kilometers across the bay from Tallinn is Finnish capital, Helsinki. And he had actually worked in Finland for 1.5 years, I think, or was it even more? He was supposed to be, he was sent there by his company for, I think, 2 months, and it ended up staying there for almost 2 years. And he had been living there. He had really nice circle of Finnish friends. And then he was finally, his project was done and he was moving back to Ireland. So his last weekend in Finland, they all decided, he had a couple of Irish friends visiting as well, that they were going to just come over to Tallinn, which was at that stage a really cheap city for people who were coming from West, and have a nice weekend of kind of, drinking and watching soccer, because there was World Cup qualifiers and Ireland was playing Estonia and they were doing it in Tallinn. And that is how I ended up meeting my husband. So there, now you have the full story. Auntie Christian Jaak Pettersson was only 21 at death, and he managed to be the founder of a whole nation's poetic tradition. Yes, yes. He was quite a character with amazing willpower, but yeah, not great health. I think it was lung disease he died of eventually, like a lot of people would have these days. Or those days, not these days. Those days. Oops, I lost the chat. Oh, it's back. Okie doke, so maybe do something here. Or should I do something at the end of the book? I don't want to really... I kind of want to do the crow. Okay, I need to get... my paper. Oh, I'm talking to the fan again. Hello. My paper. So what is the width approximately? Okay. I love that paper. When you are ordering, if you order from Amazon Japan, any coloring books, do you know what is a really good idea to throw into your basket on top of these? Their kitchen paper or baking paper. I find it really nice for putting between the books. Somehow it's better than anything I have tried before. It's lovely, it's waxy, but it's not too heavily waxy. It's protective, it tears really well. Their boxes are really well designed. It's fantastic. And another stuff is that I order, well, you don't need to order it much because you use very little of it. This specific brand, I can definitely say, is fantastic. This is their cling film. And why, like, I don't use much cling film to start with, but why specifically Japanese one? Because their cling film, let's take a small bit from here. I use it for example, if I have some sort of a paints that I want to keep moist constantly, I use it on top of the paints, between paints and the lid. And why this specific one is that even if you crumble it like this, you can get it back into, they are sturdy and they stay sturdy forever. You can reuse it many times. You know, you just untangle it, you know, and get it back to what it was. Even if it sticks to itself, you can get it back into nice, even usable sheet of plastic. So I find that less wasteful than, you know, constantly throwing away. You know, if I use cling film at all, I only have these cling films, and I use very little, but I can reuse them over and over, especially if it's kind of in craft room, you know, for food purposes. If it's the same food you're covering all over and over again, that's fine, but you know, you probably will eventually throw it away still if it gets contaminated by different things. But yeah, really nice. Their cling film is amazing. Now I need to use that later for some palette. Anyway, that was totally a side tangent. Oh, it doesn't stick together, magic film by Cindy. So yeah, that's, you know, kind of a like little tip. If you order from Amazon Japan, you could do that. Okay, so I where's my knife? I have a knife always next to me. My old broken kitchen knife, which I find easier than scissors, to be honest, doing stuff like that. So, there we go. We have the backing sheet. I always make it slightly bigger, and then if it's bigger enough, I've actually take a couple of pages underneath the current page, and I fold it over like this. It keeps it in better in place, and kind of if the paint gets here, it doesn't get underneath the backing paper and onto the page underneath. In a small book, that's usually sufficient. Now, Japanese products are almost always impressive. Shall we all move to Japan? Yep. Also, their kitchen paper. This is the kitchen paper. Also, I have had that roll for years and years by now. And this is me pulling it with all my might. Like all my might, but you know, really pulling it. It doesn't rip. You can, you know, use it, then take it to the sink, rinse it out, and dry and reuse it again. So I find them really nice if I'm using them for, hi Callie! If I'm using, for example, like paint rags or, you know, stuff like this, if I remember, I use that stuff because it's for watercolor. Acrylic, of course, will kill that one too. But, you know, for watercolor, you can just quickly rinse it out and reuse it over and over again. Less waste. But yeah, that's only if you're already ordering and, you know, it doesn't really usually change your delivery charges much if you throw in a couple of other things. Made for Godzilla. I know, Bella. They are Japan coloring road trip. Yeah, but those are not technically coloring supplies, but they are actually quite important in my coloring room. Okay, first I am going to try on a different page pencils, because I will probably put, or should I just do pencils here as well? For example, on this skull, I could do just pencils. Let me get something that is a harder pencil, because you know, because it's a small book and detailed line art. Small harder pencil is going to be better. Ah, Pablo's. I need to get my polychromos out. They are at the moment in the resting boxes. I have pencil circulation, but I have been meaning now to switch again, because these ones, the ones that are currently out, have been out for a while. So I should do the rotation again. Good plan, Gail. Okie doke, so let's do that skull. I presume so. We need to go into, I know that I really like their, one of my favorite things in Pablo's is this range of really warm brownish grays. They're like French grays, but even nicer. This range that is coming from Umber to Sepia to Bistre to Cocoa, this is such a lovely blending set. Now, this isn't all I'm going to put into that skull, but they will definitely be used there in their shadows. Let me see. I will put something cool in, this is Jade Green. I wish they would print those pencil names a bit larger. Like, I'm not in my first youth anymore, let's be frank. And it can be such a pain to read tiny writing like that. No. Okay, so I'm putting that close to some shadowy areas, and here I think I want to have slightly bluish greenish rim lighting, so I'm putting those areas down first so I wouldn't lose them. Otherwise I'm just going to, because I kind of am thinking that this side is going to be, and this, you know, there's this light here, okay, so it's going to be warmer here, and therefore the cooler areas are going to be at the back. And I'm dropping in just for my, just to give some color variations and interest to this skull. Into some of those highlight areas, I'm just dropping in some this blue-green. I don't even know why I went with this one instead of the other option would have been light green or maybe very light blue. It does have some, but I just like that color a lot. I don't know. Maybe because it is one of my favorite colors in Pablo pencils. Let me see if I can get you a little bit closer, because you are kind of far away. Now, is that better? Can you see better? Yeah, I think you do. Yeah. Callie, the grays are my fave. Yes, they have really beautiful grays. The warm grays. The blue, I find that their cool grays are also really nice tonality-wise. I just usually find myself using warm grays way more often than I ever use cool grays. I actually should kind of get myself, you know, kind of teach myself how to use cool grays better. There are certain areas that I use them, but it's very, like, they do actually have more uses than I at the moment have for them. Okay, anywhere else that I would drop the blue? Just, I don't think so. This area is going to be maybe here, just in one of the like reflective areas. Okay, now that one is back in the box, and now I need something beigeish. Actually, I would take probably a very pale cream or something. Lemon yellow, no. Maybe pale yellow and something ochreish, or Naples yellow. Do we have Naples yellow here? Okay, why don't I look at the actual thing? Naples yellow. Yeah. Naples yellow. I think it's too yellow though. And I would like to get something light ochre. Yeah, light ochre. Where are you? I know that I have light ochre. Yeah. Okay, these three. So I'm actually going to now hold it from the back and you won't be able to see. It's such a gentle layer. This is called pale yellow. It's a very, very pastel tone. It's a really nice, very soft yellow. Okay. Here as well. I would need to figure out if they have... They do have kind of a beige tones as well, but I need warm beige. They have very cool, neutral beige. Okay. So a bit of a yellow on the skull. And Naples yellow, so maybe established areas where I want a bit more of a color. I'm not putting it all over, I'm just dropping it in here and there. Okay, this is just to warm up things, because the actual shading, I'm not doing any shading at the moment. I'm just dropping some color down to have a bit of a warm and cool contrast. Okay. All right, and now I have the light ochre. Where could we find hex codes for colored pencils? I don't really know exactly what you are asking. When I wonder if I know, hi, Deborah. I will be lurking. Sorry, but definitely love your live streams. Oh, they are very informative. Thank you. Gail, I want the new polys, but I'm waiting for them to be regular poly price. Yeah, I probably will wait a little bit longer. The grays are your fave. I think, doesn't the pen store, or Cult Pens, is it Cult Pens or Pen Store? Don't they deliver all over the world? No? Am I utterly wrong in that? I don't think they are going to be that box set is going to be now hugely more, hugely cheaper than they are at the moment. They will probably come down a little bit. I will definitely get them eventually. Especially since I am now planning to get them out again. I've had, as I said, the same pencils out for yonks. Here, this area needs to be actually quite dark, so I'm putting already a bit of that darker ochreish yellow down there, just as a base for darker tones. Okay, I'm not going to put those yellows away. I will use them eventually at the end to help with the blending and such. But at the moment, I think we are getting there, base-wise. All right, now I'm getting to those grays, the warm grays. So they are going to be in this line here. It's a beautiful line of grays. Dun, 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 dun. Faber-Castell Shop, Canada. 98 degrees Fahrenheit in Colorado today. Not even feel like too hot. But oh, that's not nice. Oh, hi. Hi, Jenna. Oh, sorry. I think I'm planning to sneeze very, very soon. I've been sneezing today really, really badly. At some stage, it was really bothering me, so I ended up taking one of my one of my wonderful pills that knock me out slightly. But I managed to stay mostly awake, so yay me. Okay, so this is LIVESTREAM. We like that color. Also really nice in skin. It's very neutral to the map, the shadows, if you want more neutral skin tone. Hex codes are digital colors, but you may be able to find decent comparisons somewhere. I really don't... I have new color cubes, but the new ones are digital and don't have hex codes. Oh, yeah, I don't really never pay attention to that. There might be a Pantone conversion somewhere. There are, I think, apps that you can scan, and they essentially find that information out for you. Okay, so I'm starting to put in. It's quite a strong pencil. Well, Pablos are just pigmented. This is not one of the, the darkest Pablos, but because they are nicely pigmented. Yeah, this paper grabs pencil quite nicely. Like, definitely you wouldn't have any issues building. I, of course, grabbed the building pencils, not the blending ones. So we're layering here. But, okay, we need to have a shadow on this side, coming down like this. Yeah, if I put a little bit of pressure down, I would get it nice and dark. I'm holding at the moment. I don't know if you can see that, but I'm actually applying minimum of pressure, and it grabs the pigment so nicely. I don't have to work hard here at all to get the pigment down. So for pencils at the moment, like, I haven't worked for very long, of course, and I only have tried Pablo's so far. But if a hard pencil like this is growing down well, then it's usually a good sign. It also can mean that if you're working on this paper with a slightly softer pencil, which I should probably try somewhere, you might get issues with the texture showing more than you would like to. Although I don't think so. It doesn't really have very prominent texture at all. I think it's going to be nice for pretty much most of pencils, which is really good to know. I don't super often do very full pencil pages, but on a small page like this, I can see myself doing pencil pages, because I won't get bored of doing, huge areas of repetitive pencil work, because that's what happens to me. Coca. Oh, hi, Patricia. Happy Chaturday. Yes. Yeah, color picker. Yes. Cold pens delivers worldwide. Yeah. That's what I thought, because a lot of people I've seen, but of course I don't know what I haven't really looked into it, what their delivery cost is. It might vary by country somewhat. Okay, I went too dark, I think, here. Where's my... Okay, I haven't charged it very recently. Sorry. Okay. I wasn't sure if I had any charge in it. I actually want this area not to be very dark here, because that's where the light is hitting it. So I want it fairly yellow, but not super dark. That specific spot here. Okay. I want to put in some textures as well, so I don't want the pencils just have like super smooth gradient from here to there. Which, in all the fairness, like super smooth gradients, once you learn that skill, are eventually really easy to make. Then the next step from there is not go for super smooth gradients and play with colors a bit more boldly in gradients, blend things that technically shouldn't be blending, but you know, test how they blend, what you can do with them, and put in more textures. Very smooth blends often don't appeal to me hugely. Okay, so Andrea Anikai never ceases to amaze me how excellent you are at placing highlights and shadows. Thank you. To be honest, like it's not something super. I don't know even know. It just kind of makes sense. Often, well, that's because also that I have done skulls before, so this is not my first time doing a skull. I just, you know, kind of slightly vary how I do it, but I have done them before, so I kind of have this vague familiarity with the subject. Also, if you are not sure, then just look up random. Just go to Google and Google the object, and you often, or you can even give some, you know, description, you know, what sort of a lighting maybe you want to have or what sort of an environment, and you get loads of different references, and it doesn't need to be exactly the same, but you get an idea what you should do. Okay, so here and this one here as well, I kind of want to bring it slightly upwards here and then blend it out. Yeah, so there's a bit of a ridge there, isn't there? And then there's also going to be a bit of a ridge here. There's going to be higher area, I think, here. Oh, here there's already, Mauricio has given me some base already here with his hatching. This is, sometimes I ignore the hatched, but like sometimes, for example, I do appreciate that Kirby is super good at hatching, you know, and kind of giving people idea where to put what. But sometimes I don't really like where he has put the hatching or how he has done that, and then it's hard to ignore because it's pretty strong. So this bit needs to be pretty dark because there's no light coming anywhere. You know, there's no light coming from horizon either there. So this one needs to be dark. And these ones, he had already helped us with, you know, where those grooves here are going to be. So I'm just dropping in a little bit of bistre. I need to make this line here dark. This is going to be pretty strong shadows. Okay. And then in there as well, we want a bit of yellowing there. And we need that nose or nasal cavity or whatever you call it. Okie doke. The new polychromos are in stock at Cold Pens, not sure for how long. I thought the new polychromos are coming to the US in September. Okay. Right, Patricia, me too. Hopefully they don't run out like the drawing pencils from Derwent. What the which stores would usually be in US selling pencils like polychromos? Like, you know, if you were to predict, you know, like which shop would it be that you would go and buy them if you're in US? Just curious. Okay, I need to put a little bit more of a something here. This area is off. This bit needs to be darker here. Like you can see, I'm not doing color combinations and smooth blends here because that's not how most objects actually work. Okay. This bit here needs to be pretty dark. I need to even put in darker pencil there because the crow is sitting on top of the skull and there's going to be a fair bit of a shadow thrown here onto the skull, which I might even bring further down. Okay. Okay, so okay, there's a crack here as well. I think I need to bring in some extra colors into that area. Okie doke. And where there are cracks in the skull, I need to emphasize them so it wouldn't look perfect. Like here as well, I want to put in a bit of a crack or a break there. Okay. Yeah, this area I don't love at the moment. I need to work something in there. I think I need to bring that slightly upward here as well. I need something, let's see. This is brown ochre. So this is still quite yellow or warm, but it's slightly darker. Yeah, that's better. So I can put in some textures and bit of a breaky bits here and there. But I also need to put in some shading that kind of makes sense, if you know what I mean. Okay. All right. Yeah, the Bistra, which isn't one of the darkest colors in the set, this paper really reacts well. It likes Pablo's, because I could actually get even this, you know, fairly kind of a mid-range neutral brown pretty darn intense, which is a really good sign. Beautiful paper. I like it. Okay, and now I'm taking that brown ochre and I'm just bringing it, not everywhere, but I'm bringing it into some areas that I have diffused the bistra, the really neutral brown, into very light areas. So just add some warmth here and there. I'm holding it pretty far away, so I'm not doing precision work, I'm more toning. Okay, I think I'm getting close to what it should be. I need to add some extra warmth. Cold pens, hot damn shipping was silly, but you only live once. You can order just about any supply to Dick Blick. Okay, Dick Blick or Jerry's Artarama. I have heard of both of these, so they are the big ones, yeah? Are they only websites, or do they have brick and mortar stores as well? Oh, hi! Hi, Coloring View. Well then. Okay, putting more of that brown ochre in here as well. Just adding. It's also kind of lighter than the Bistre, so it acts like a stepping stone also. From a fairly dark Bistre to those very light creams and like Naples yellow and pale yellow that I put down here on the skull. Okay, so I now need one extra dark, and then I'm going to put extra layer of the lights down, and then I'm done with that skull. I don't feel any need to super blend it, super smooth it. I want texture. Skulls are not shiny. Like, you know, ideally you would actually add texture here and there. Like this, and that actually makes it look better. Just little kind of try to keep them random and squiggly hand movements. Put your pencil down and squiggle. And then with a lighter, kind of a mid-tone pencil, like this is brown ochre. And then I am taking that darker pencil and go someplace where that squiggle has a bit of a corner or something. And I'm adding very tiny bit of that darker pencil into those squiggles. And that makes them look more realistic and more random. Just so it would look more like an old bone. Wouldn't be perfect shiny and super smooth. Okay. All right, so I need now super dark. So sepia, is it, or umber? Sepia or umber. My darkest pencils in my sets always tend to be also the shortest. So that is now, oh yeah, oh gosh. This paper really grabs pigment. It is nice. It is nice. Yeah, if you're a pencil girl and you're into gothic themes, or, you know, beautiful detailed line art, and you also enjoy the small format, and you're not afraid of some of the pages can be on the, you know, quite tricky to get into because of the detail, because the, you know, small format and high detail sometimes can be a challenge. But if you're okay with that, this book is just, so far it's behaving really nice with pencils. I don't have any base here, and they just go down so well. So yeah, this one is really nice. So I just want to finish that skull. It won't take huge amount of finishing, and I still want to do something. Okay. This bit here, I might kind of darken that area here as well. This one, just in some, not like if you put the darkest pencil down, don't put it, for example, here's a line of shading. Don't put it for the all length of that. Choose some areas where you put down the really dark one, and you get much better and more kind of a dynamic and interesting looking effect. For example, here, this corner is going to be nice if we put some darker one into it, but then I diffuse it out and I don't, run the really dark one across the whole length everywhere. And the hatching is almost gone. You can't really see the hatching anymore, I think. Okay, so that one is getting, oh, I forgot this area. This should have a bit of a stronger shading here, because there's going to be a ridge here. Small ridge, but there's going to be a ridge here. And there's a little bit of a crack that the artist has drawn there, so I'm going to put that one in as well. And now I'm just adding a little extra warmth, and this is the light ochre, so I'm just going over some areas. It is also good for if you feel like some areas you want to blend out a little bit more. This one is good for putting on top of those fairly neutral browns here to smooth them out a little bit if you feel a need for it. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you want to leave quite a bit of texture. Actually, this bit here needs to be a bit, I have neglected this bit here. There needs to be more of a shadow there. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. Okay, and now I'm dropping in here some areas. The light ochre. I want to put a little bit of extra color here in this corner. It needs to be nice and dark. Okay. Light ochre here and there. Okay, and now I'm putting in some Naples yellow. I'm being very careful with that one because it can very easily over yellow. Like make it look too glaringly yellow, let's put it that way. So I'm just dropping that one in very small areas here and there. And now I'm taking the pale yellow, and I can be a little bit bolder with that one. It's not as bright and pigmented as the Naples one. So just, okay, I need to put a little bit, yeah, like that there. I'm getting very close to being done with it. Just, some areas which just looked like there was too samey color band around here, so I'm just breaking it up a little bit to create a bit of a dip here. Putting that light in, also putting a little bit of bistre here, just to break it up. Yeah. Yeah, I think the skull is pretty much done. Yeah. I have to say that the Pablo's laid down fantastic. Fantastic. I wish we had those kind of stores in the UK. Best we have is Hobbycraft. Okay. Plaza Art Materials, which is bricks, was just purchased by Blix. Okay. And you have more Plaza art stores here. So now, overnight, the East Coast has more Blicks. Okay. Looks like it was drawn like a 3D book. Very nice. Yeah, it's a very easy line art. You know, if you are doubting yourself, the line art gives you many hints how to go about it. I actually want to take that first jade green and probably strengthen some areas here. Give it a little bit stronger rim lighting here. Not everywhere, but this back one I want it to be a bit more prominent. And also here. And here. I don't know if I'm going to drop it anywhere else. I don't think so. I think I might have over yellowed the area here a little bit. Let me see if I can. Do I have a white brush pen? Yeah, I do. White brush pen and okay, here we go. My good on Pentel. So I think I'm going to want to add a little bit more bright white here. So I'm just drop down tiny bit of the white. So I want kind of to have almost reflections here. Okay, and maybe a little bit here on top of that seam to have an effect that it's raised there. And do I need to put anything on the nose bridge? Yeah, I'll put a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, that one kind of added, I think, a little bit. I think so. Anyways. Yes, Annika, this looks so pro. Fantastic demonstration for us. Oh, thank you. It was very kind of a simplistic, I think. But yeah, the main purpose of this one was to kind of say that you don't have to do, you know, pure, just pretty gradient from here to there. Just pick the colors you have, drop them in first, create the color base, and then you can go in with the dark ones, put the shadows in. Sometimes I start with shadows, sometimes I finish with shadows. It kind of depends a lot on the paper I'm working with, or if I'm working from, you know, on the base. If I'm on the base of some sort, I usually go in with the shadows already, because I already have established the base colors. And also some papers are just so demanding that, or, you know, if the pencil isn't super pigmented, do the shadows first, because you want to establish the shadows first. If you can't trust your pencils to be able to layer on top of, you know, first or two layers of light colors, then just do the shadows first. Forget about shadows are the most important thing. Let's put it that way. And highlights, we can always help afterwards them a little bit, as you could see with you know, acrylic marker or even gel pen. But yeah, shadows, the most important thing. It is often nicer and easier to establish the shadows if you do it in the classic way. Here I worked in fairly classic way. You know, I put the light base down and then I went afterwards in and built the shadows on it. But yeah, if you have a base, then you don't need to do the first establishing of colors. And as I said, if you have slightly crappy pencil, or pencils that just don't layer very well, or your paper might be fairly smooth and doesn't really take many layers, then definitely try to put in shadows first. Okie doke, so I will stick those ones back. Should we get to try something that is slightly less hard, but something soft? I might grab something soft for you, so we can try quickly soft pencil as well, and something simple. Maybe the moon. Maybe. Okay, so just sticking these back in so I wouldn't drop them all over the place. I have this thing that I like to put things away if I can. If the desk gets too piled up, then I get a little bit edgy. Okay, so maybe warmers or maybe prismas. Let me see. Do I have prismas here? Sorry, I'm looking for prismas and okay, I can't. I think my big prisma set is not next to me at the moment, but I have this small this one. It's my random prismas. Basically, it's a 36 set of prismas, and I think 24 set of chroma flows. The first 24 set that came out, that was my first trial set of chroma flows, and then I have a selection of lighter colored and muted colored prismas here as well. Okay, I think we're all mesmerized watching you. Thank you. Andrea, I think I don't think Annika realizes how naturally gifted they are. Oh, talented Tuesday. Thank you. Thank you. And Nessa, I know I want Pablos. Yes, I'm totally hitting save on this. Feel free to, absolutely, yeah. And you can, you know, if I, like here, for example, in this area, I actually wanted slightly, I felt that I made the shadow too low here. I wanted actually a bit more prominent pro ridge. It is what it is, you know, I'm not going to go and fix it, but I can slightly fix it by pulling tiny bit of like white, soft white. Now, these ones are very good for that, kind of a soft, more painterly, not very prominent, a blob of white. Let me get you closer again so you can see. Just a little bit of white that I dropped in here, and it made the brow ridge a bit higher. Okay, doke. So we have the prismas. Which colors we are going to go for? What colors do I have? Is a better question here, because I essentially have to go by the colors I have in this instance. Okay, doke. So it's going to be moon. I don't want it to be exactly, it would be very easy for me to do the moon almost in same colors, so I want something slightly different, but I'm still going to grab this color from here, which is not prisma, it is turquoise green. I still want tiny bit of it in the moon, and then I want it should be slightly more yellow, but the yellows I do have here are not great. Let's put it mildly. It's cream. Cream is lovely. Cream. I have this teddy bear brown essentially, which is a sienna brown, I think, because the writing is mostly worn off on these ones. I'm also going to take this brown, which is light umber. Umber is fantastic. A lot of people, it seems that umber isn't very popular color for some reason for a lot of people. I love umber. Oh, and for layering, since I'm working in yellows and I want to neutralize them a little bit because the yellows I do have here are darn gosh, you know, canary yellow, which isn't really what I particularly want in the moon. And I'm not going to go into any of the oranges in the moon. Here, that one. Can that one help me a little bit? So that's goldenrod. Maybe. Maybe. Do I have anything here that I can use? I can pull in tiny bit of this blue, which I think is the non-photo blue, is it? No. That's... No, it is non-photo blue, yeah. And this sand. Okay, I should have enough selection now to be able to do a moon. I'm probably not going to use them all, but at least I have stuff. You see, poplars are so good. I only have 2 poplar pencils, one black and one pink. What a combination. But even these two can be blended into each other because they layer so beautifully. Okie doke. So we have the moon here. I love my Pablos and I love the color palette so much. Yeah, Andrea, I think that Pablo's palette is beautiful. Okay, so what I'm doing now is, okay, first I'm going to get you close again because otherwise you're going to be miles away. Is in this instance, will I put the base color in first? Okay, I'm going to put a little bit of that cream. It's just base, so just pencils glide better and blend better if there's a little bit of a wax layer there for them to grab onto. So that's why you often create this soft layer of almost nothing. Okay, so turquoise, which is not Prisma, but I did not have that in that Prisma selection. So I'm going to put a little bit of turquoise here on the sides, and I'm also going to bring it here. All right. Like this. Now I'm taking the what's the Parma Violet, which is my best option from this box as far as violets or purples go for using a shadow color. Because this is essentially going to neutralize. There will be yellows on top of it that will somewhat neutralize. I just look how I just like the look of how when the yellow and the violet or purple are blended together. I like the shadows that are created that way. Also looks, by the way, fantastic on the skin, because essentially some of the colors that you are using for creating the skin are either muted or lightened oranges, which will neutralize and create beautiful shadow tones with those lighter purples and violets. Okay, so we have now this one. Is there going to be a magic coming from... No, I'm just... Forget about the magic coming from its mouth. I get distracted occasionally. Some, I look at some element of the page, not the one I'm currently dealing with, and it's like, should I put magic onto its beak? It's like, forget about the magic. Finish the moon. You're not supposed to take ages with... Yeah, definitely you can see more texture. I don't know if I bring you closer. If you're working with softer pencil, you can definitely see more texture here. So you will probably need to work a tiny bit more with blending. At the same time, though, those pencils blend so fast and so easy. It's not really a huge amount of work at all. Okay, it's just looking at all those craters and textures on the moon. I'm just dropping some Parma Violet into these ones as well. There's also texture lines here. Just squiggle some Parma Violet over them. Okie doke, and now I am going to go in with... Actually, I might actually go in with the Canary and see how this is going to neutralize. See? I'm adding a layer of that on top of that Parma Violet. And it gets that neutralized yellow look, while still giving me the warmth and the yellow. Okay, I'm trying not to put too much of that color here. And I'm not bringing it fully into this area here because moon isn't really bright yellow. It's fairly muted. So I'm taking the sand and I'm bringing that inwards from the edges of the moon. Now, yeah, it's starting to blend now as I've added more and more layers. Yeah, it's not bad at all. I thought it might give me more texture if I would more, need to work the pencils more to get smooth results. But no, actually they are blending together pretty easily, and it's already getting, fairly soft looking. Now I'm taking goldenrod, which is essentially a muted orange, going over to those violet. And once again, thing to remember is not to go over all the areas equally. Create, I'm picking up this bit here, the shading kind of runs with a bit of a rim lighting here. It's supposed to be a reflective area here. So there's rim lighting done here, but I'm not going to put goldenrod whole length of it. I am picking out one area, pushing it inwards like this, and leaving this area softer. I just think it looks better that way. Now I might, if I feel that I need to strengthen some areas, I can go over once again, take a little bit of that Parma Violet. You can just keep building and playing. I'm trying not to overdo it since, as I said, this is not the purpose of this video. We're just trying to see how the pencils are behaving in this book. Okay, and I'm taking the turquoise here. I have a feeling that all right, and this is cream, and I'm putting that into the middle of the moon, going essentially over everything with it. It's going to act a bit like a blender. I try not to put too much of it on top of that turquoise though, because that's not going to be very nice. Taking that Parma Violet again, bringing that line. I feel maybe the line is a bit too wide here between the line art and the actual colored bit. So I might try to bring it slightly upwards. Yeah. All right, sorry, I need to turn a little bit. My hand wasn't bending very well the way I wanted. Yeah. Okay, going over it with sand again. Yeah, browns and purples and yellows and purples and oranges and purples or violets neutralize each other so beautifully, and you get much more interesting looks and color combos. Okay, and should I put a little bit extra shadow here and there into those craters so they would be more prominent? Because I went over those areas quite a lot with lighter pencils, Prismas being fairly opaque, they get a little too light or too softened. So I'm just redoing that slightly. Okay, and more of the turquoise. All right. And now I'm taking the cream and I'm working that cream into that highlight area or the glow area of the moon. Yeah, I think the moon is pretty much done. I don't think I need too much. Trisha, very cool. Thanks so much for explaining. Oh, you're very, very welcome. Okay, so now we can put in some watercolor, I guess. I'm not going to do the whole page or anything. I'm just going to test some wet materials. We might, before we go in with watercolors, we might actually try something that is water soluble. What area would I do that in? I might do it in the sea. Okay, I'm going to put these ones quickly away. This, for some reason, this set is often near me when I color, so I've used these Prismas quite a lot. I often have that in front of me as opposed to my big set, or one of my big sets, because I have a spare set of Prismas as well, which I haven't even touched properly yet. Sorry, I'm sticking these ones back. Okay. I'm now grabbing, since they are next to me here, essentially, I'm grabbing, ouch, oh, my pom-pom came off. That thing came off from my fob here. I am so sad, so sad. Oh, that can be put off, actually. It has, oh yeah. All right, it's fine, it's fine. Dana, love it. Oh, thank you. I just think that the turquoise at the bottom, I just adds a bit of an interest to it and makes it look a bit more fun. And also you have the reflection here on the skull that is kind of coming from that part of the moon. So keeping things more or less cohesive. Let's try at least. Okay, so we need something sea green. I'm starting the base with that one then. Once again, I'm using a fair bit of These ones don't have names, do they? Oh, pea green. I hate that they have the names at the very bottom of the pencil. So you're going to sharpen it off pretty darn fast. Okay, so let's see. This is supposed to be a C, I suspect. Oh. Or is it C or is it ground? No, it's resting on the ground. Why did I think C at first? Maybe because those kind of stripes looked a little bit like it might have been water. Okay, fine. It is not C, it is some sort of a table or something like that. All right, different. Needs to be approached differently. So I need just to put down a base. So first I'm going to fill in. No, this one is going to be all that color. These are Mondeluzes, which I got on absolutely ridiculous price on Vinted, so I picked them up. And I haven't really used them as much as I should, so I might as well. I did like how they performed, you know, when I tested them. So at the moment it looks like it's blending in because I'm using fairly similar color here for the base of those wooden boards. But it's not gonna stay the same color, obviously. This is just a base. Dana, I really need to learn color theory. It would up my color game so much. Yeah, color wheel is all you need. Okay. So now I need darker and darker colors, but I'm dropping in some slightly tonality changes as well. So this one is called what? Terracotta. And I don't want too much of it, but I want some splashes of more reddish brown. Also, I definitely, you know, this bottom area needs to be specifically the darkest. I don't even know, was initially I thought I would make this frame wooden, but now because those blanks are already wooden inside, that I might actually do the frame eventually golden, maybe. I don't know. Okay, I also need to drop more yellow on this area because that is where the candle is throwing its light to, so it's going to be more yellow there. I'm not going to make it very, very light because the light is actually, you know, up there. It's not going to give huge, very light area on the ground here. It's a candle, not a spotlight. So try not to overdo it with the candle, but I did put some yellow there because it is going to kind of warm up that area a little bit. And now we have the terracotta, I think mostly what I'm going to do with it done. And this is going to be such a moment of truth for me because I don't know. Like you get already with our next little, you know, once I get the water brush out and in there, we get a pretty good idea already how it's going to behave, that water, that page, so that paper with water. Now I'm going to, the edges of the page, The point here is that I'm trying to kind of create almost a vignette. So I'm pulling in with a bit of a texture, some darks on the edges. I'm going to add even more, but I don't have to be super tidy or super neat about it, because that is going to be washed out with water. It's going to be just the base, and I don't really know if I'm going to do, finish off the base with 2 layers or 2 or 3 layers of watercolor pencils, or am I going to go a bit further? And once I have the watercolor, maybe 1, possibly 2 layers down, and I'm gonna go in with extra pencils to give it extra dimension. Okay, so here I need to put down nice and dark layer. I need a darker pencil there. So this one that I used now was burnt umber. Now I'm going to take dark brown. This is the darkest brown we have in this. And we have to take into consideration here, watercolor pencils, when you dilute them with paper, with water, they are going to lose some of the darkness. At least with that just first layer, definitely. But, at least. So. It is a very rigid way of basing, though. Okay, and now, because we're mixing colors here, I can also take a tiny bit of black, because I want this area to be, and it's not going to be looking as black, because I'm using black essentially here to layer and to darken the color, because everything is going to be mixed together with water, obviously. Now I will definitely need here a nice rag, so I keep constantly okay. I got some as I said, I was a bit sloppy. Okay, so I think the first layer is down. There's not much I can even put on top of here anymore. And making sure that my brush is nice and moist. Oh, hi, Sunny. Sunny, did I miss the little frog book? No, we are just testing this book first. I'd say we're going to get to the little frog book next. Okay, also always, I'm starting always in the lightest areas, so I wouldn't contaminate where I want the lightest color. I wouldn't already have dark color on my brush and contaminate the light area with it. So I'm just going to wash everything together here. Now I left that area intact, and here, because the darkest is always close to that frame, I'm essentially working in a dabbing way slightly from the skull to the edges. It definitely needs more than 1 layer if I were to do it fully with watercolor pencils, but I usually tend to just put, let it dry and put some other pencils on top of it anyway. So, But because we put so many different tones of brown down, and if I'm just dabbing the water-based, well, not water-based, the water brush like this, you actually get those color variations are showing through. And it's just not looking like one flat brown area, if you know what I mean. Okay. It's always also going to be lighter at the so-called horizon area. There seems to be more shadows as we get closer to the skull. And of course the skull itself is going to throw the shadows down. This area is going to be darker because there's no light there. Okay. How is the took all right? Well, with watercolor pencils, you can't really tell if it's going to be, you know, soaking the color in immediately, but to me, it behaved pretty well. It does, of course, slightly kind of a bend or buckle, which is absolutely normal. Sorry, I'm not showing you, see? But there's nothing going through. This is just the shape of the paper. If it looks like something is going through, no, that's just where it was extra wet. You get a bit of that dip or texture, which usually always slightly at least settles as the paper dries. Okay, and now I'm going to take actual watercolors, which won't take long at all. I probably just do those clouds and the sky type of a thing. Sticking these ones away. Oh, that's actually wrong pencil. That's Prisma. Huh. I think the same. I need that too. Andrea, Annika, what would be your favorite colored pencil in order? Let's say a top 10 from number 1 to number 10. Don't do that to me. Really, don't. I don't have them like that because it changes by day. It changes what I need to do. I don't have one favorite colored pencil because what is my favorite for certain types of the work might not be suitable for the stuff at all. So I can't really probably name them like this. What I've lately, okay, let me think. Funnily enough, although I like Prisma a lot, for some reason I don't use it very often. I keep forgetting about my Prismas. I really should. They were my first love. They were how I learned using colored pencils. This is essentially my first proper colored pencils were Prismas. So I guess maybe because of that, I would kind of put them almost in a first place, although, you know, I really should use them more. Okay, so let's take some watercolor. And if I go by all-rounder, that is always going to do a good job, in most cases anyway. I will go, well, actually, no, I can tell you what is my absolute favorite, okay? My absolute favorites are pretty much, they almost share, but okay. Derwent Write Fast is my absolute favorite. I adore these pencils. They suit me, the way they lay down, the pigment level, the way they blend. They are absolutely and totally my pencils. So adore them. Then these are granulators. My Jello granulators, which I will try to put into the sky here. Then there's Derwent Drawing, which I also absolutely adore. And then I think either Prismas or Chroma Flows, third and fourth. I don't even know which one I should put into third and fourth. It all depends what sort of an artwork, you know, if it's more detailed, what the paper likes more. I like them both as a soft pencil. It's hard. I'm going to miss things now. Then if I go for, you know, harder pencils, let's try to put something there. Pro Color. Or no, actually, did I put Polychromos in yet? No, I didn't. Did I? If I didn't put Polychromos in yet, then Polychromos put it there because it's a really reliable workhorse. It pretty much works on any paper, is, you know, always reliable. To me, sometimes the color choices are a bit boring. I kind of tend to gravitate more towards Pablo palettes, but Polychromos as pencils are kind of more reliable in a way. They just, you know, work better on many papers. They are not as capricious for paper as Pablos. Pablos are amazing, but they are more demanding on the paper. And then if we start putting in our budget versions, then for softer pencils, absolutely Woomer. There is not a doubt in my mind. Yeah, I know that, you know, we have people who just, you know, are very unimpressed with them. I don't know. I just get along with them so well. And then Faber-Castell Black Edition / Super Softs would be the next. Okay, so let's put something around the moon. I'm working here at the moment with the water brush. It's not going to be the sort of a paper, most likely, that you can just wet and go nuts with. Or you can do that with any paper, but... Well, you know, people, it will definitely buckle on you, which will soften and kind of flatten up once it dries. But look, the paper, that the paint lays down really well, and it doesn't immediately sink. Even if I leave the area alone for a while, I can go back in afterwards and revive the paint and blend it out. This is what I like to see. So yeah, I said now Faber-Castell Black Edition or Super Softs. I don't know, did anybody count how many pencils I actually called out? Because now I don't remember anymore. Huh. I don't know how many more I should say. And then if, well, they're not really available anymore, but I still think that Arteza Expert was a really... I know I shouldn't mention Woomer Tanessa. I'm sorry, but I love them. Woomer of Doom. Faber-Castell Black Edition is definitely, like, I just called out first, you know, the really, you know, joy to work with pencils because they're just so high quality. As far as more of a budgetary versions go, you know, when I got these, then, you know, pretty much Faber-Castell Black Edition and Woomers are from the mid-range and budget pencils my absolute favorites. Let's put it that way. Okay, so we have that one there. I need to now get slightly darker tone. What color? It needs to be something purplish. Do I have something? Maybe that one. So now this one is going to show me how the paper is going to behave, because it's on the darker side, and this one will sink much easier. Okay, and now we need to soften this line. Can I do that? Oh yes, people, we have a thinner we have a winner. Can you see? I can go back after putting the paint down and soften the edges, and we get that really nice glow here. Gail, I need to get Woomers just to see if you're right, Nessa. Jar I bought Brotfora for the sheer amount in 2023 or 2024 and still using them. 10 to 15 years I had whatever I could find at the store. Crazy Art and Crayola set. Which, from what I have heard, Crayola isn't a bad pencil. It's just fairly hard pencil. Gail, I'm definitely getting Woomers once the 150 set comes out. Yeah. I'm kind of tempted by that as well. Can you see how I'm adding the layers here? You need to be gentle because the paper isn't super thick. So just be gentle with the surface. Don't rub it. Be gentle with the brush. But boy, it behaves really well. See, I can take, create that glow effect here so easily. Because I just put down the lighter color first. And then I was able to go and blend out. And to get that really cute glow around the moon. Huh. Next time Woomers goes on sale, I'll try them in Castle Art. I see them the most on the channels I watch the most. Castle Art Gold. Okay, oh, you like these ones. Coloring Bliss compared gold with soft touch. Huh. The only pencils missing from list were our Holbein, which I never tried, so I can't really have opinion about them. I'm wishing from the wish list. Yeah, Warmer, Erogiton, Castle Art, Summer and Spring set, and once the Catalyst by Catalyst is, I'm very, very curious about it, mostly because I'm a fan of Sugar Sweet. I just think he's fantastic. So I would like to, find out what he did. What sort of a miracle pencil did he come up with? Yeah, I would be, and also, of course, I would just pure like to support him in his endeavors. And hopefully that would help somewhat. Okay, so now we need to do those clouds. I'm doing just a cloud base once again, so I am dropping in. Actually, no, I'm going to put a little bit more of a dark here. I was being very careful at first, so I wouldn't struggle with blending out, but it seems to blend out really well on this paper. So yeah, I'm quite impressed. It's not a super thick paper, but it behaves very well. This is, I keep saying that, I'm probably ad nauseum at this stage. The thickness of the paper is not really a good indicator if it's going to be good with water or not. Because some of the quite thick papered books are actually quite nasty, kind of a pain with water. And some fairly thin, they feel thin, but they actually take water so well. It's more about sizing than the thickness, at least in the coloring world, okay? If you go by, proper watercolor paper, then yes. the cotton, and then 300 GSM, and then you can do magic. Okay, because it takes pretty much anything. But as far as coloring books go, it's more about sizing than the thickness of it. For example, Amazon Japan paper, I can pretty much do most of the stuff on with watercolors, because it just has nice sizing. Okay, can be challenging in pencils though. All right, so I'm going to put a little bit of that on the top here, not everywhere, just dropping it in here and there. Okay, here and there. And then some of that pinkish tone as well. Just dropping it in because I'm just going to blend it essentially out. Not trying to be very neat here. Okay, and now I need something really dark. I'm looking at the chat, sorry. Oh yes, sugar sweet pencils have to be good. Atlanta, Gail, I'm learning how to use my polys, then I am going to Castle Art watercolors. Oh no, Castle Art watercolor, not good, use dry. Okay. No, Andrea Aganica, guess who has the 150 color Chinese paints all the way? All thanks to the influence of the one and only. At least they're not super expensive, okay? All right, so I need to, I have to, if I say any, like, I don't want to say much about Castle Arts. They are not my favorites. None of Castle Arts pencils that I've tried, and I have not tried them all, but I have tried few of them, I have not really gotten along very well with. And I also find that they tend to be, in my opinion, this is once again, they just tend to be overpriced. Okay, so slightly more purplish tone here. This is if you are curious about these watercolors, you can find that sort of thing on AliExpress. I don't think you can find any place else. So basically it's all my Jello granulating watercolors, but you have like tiny amounts of them in these small pans like this. Oh, there are sellers on AliExpress who pretty much, get the full sets and then sell them. Squeeze them out into small pans like these and sell them as kind of a trial sets of curiosity sets. Now, I can imagine that they probably won't be super useful for an artist who works on big areas and such, but for a coloring book, these ones will last me for yonks. Like, it's not like I'm working on huge areas or anything. So, yeah. I think they're great for that. And you get, lovely color selection of, really fun colors. Sugar Sweet showed the larger set along the spring and summer and said that it had most of the same colors except maybe like 6, and the season set had similar looking pigments except maybe 4 and 5. Oh, and I've got the Pablo Neo Sable brushes, yay! Oh, you'll have to fill in his sweatshirts. Yeah, I just wanted to give slightly different dark tone to the clouds than I had in the sky. It's bluer in the sky and slightly more reddish violet for the clouds. I'd say the clouds are pretty much the last thing I'm going to do in this book. I'm just gonna finish them up quickly, and then we'll move on maybe to the frog book. Yeah, I'd say we're gonna do the frog. Okay, I cleaned out my brush once again, and now look how well, you know, the paint does not sink on this paper. You can go and reactivate for quite a while later the harsh edge and just clean it up and soften it up and have nice clouds. Okay, I need to squeeze it a little bit. Sometimes the brush is getting a little bit dry, although this brush is nice and juicy. Most of the time it doesn't get like very anemic. Yeah, that's nice. I wonder if they actually decided to watch Dragon Wars. It would be hilarious. Well then, I'm very impressed actually. It doesn't feel like it would be super watercolory paper, but you can blend things out, and if I look at the back, there's no bleed through anywhere. It's very impressive. Yeah, like that paper a lot actually. I like that paper a lot. Okay, let's move on to different things. I'm not going to do more on this page unless I want to. Do I have kind of like a turquoisey green here? Actually, that one might be interesting. I'm just going to create a quick base for the crows. I like to have black feathers on some colored base so they wouldn't be very flat. And some of that color I like to have peeking through. So sometimes it's pink, sometimes it's turquoise, sometimes it's light blue. In this instance, it's going to be this kind of a muted teal. Yeah. And I'm going to create black on that base. Okie doke. Alrighty. Char, I saw that video. Okay. Atlanta, why did you say that they squeeze paint into little boxes? Atlanta, the illustrator of this book is Maurizio Campidelli. Here is his name. The book name is Goth Coloring Book. I showed, or let me see. You've probably seen this book before. That's the same artist as in this book. Only this book is more miniatures because it's like hand-sized. It's a mini, really cute mini. Well, cute is probably the wrong word for Gothic coloring book, but I think it's cute. Really lovely coloring book. And as I said, like surprisingly impressed with paper. I don't like to whine too much about paper, even if it's not ideal, because most of the time I can cope with pretty much any paper. But this one allows quite a lot, considering it's not super thick paper, but nothing goes through so far. I bet you if I worked heavily with water-based marker, it probably would go through. But in this book, it doesn't even matter if it goes through because it's a one-sided book. But my main thing is that it lets the watercolor move it doesn't immediately sink in. That is quite rare indeed. But yeah, this book is by the same author, in case you have seen it. That's all right. I'm putting away some watercolors and pulling out the next book. Cindy, hi Cindy. I have 3 tubes of the Magella granulating colors, but just picked a small port set of the Holbein granulating paints from AliExpress. Yeah, I have these ones as well. I have 2 sets. One is, I don't want to be going digging, but one is the Magella, or Magella. Yeah, Magella one, which is that one. It's really lovely selection of colors. But Holbein one is even prettier. Actually, granulation wise, it's beautiful. It also has like brighter colors. So it's a very beautiful granulating set, the Holbein one. Let me see if I can easily find it here. This is the Holbein one, which, do I have the sweatshirt? Oh, here is the sweatshirt. Those are the Holbein colors. They granulate really beautifully. But you have those gorgeous yellows and those granulating reds, which are quite rare to have them in these bright tones. This color I absolutely adore. I used it quite a bit. I actually got it for myself as a full tube eventually, because I can see myself going through that a lot. It's just so beautiful. Andrea, I'm still not over how awesome this color turned out. Thank you. And you did see yourself, like, it was not a super involved or super complicated process. You can easily duplicate that. Okay. Alrighty. Now, the little frog. Isn't that just cute? It is such a cute book. This is, I'm not going to do a full flip through of it. I can tell you already now, this book takes watercolor like a champ. This is the only book that I got around to putting color into. I did a base here on this one, and I worked pretty heavily with watercolor, like, you know, properly, you know, from with a proper brush, not a water brush, like. I went to the town. I used these super bright colors, which explains why the colors are like slightly psychedelic on here. I used these ones that I also got as a happy mail from Erin. They're really cool. They're so bright. It's like, it feels almost like using Inktense. They're that bright. I actually wonder if they have sets that are, you know, larger colors wise, because they're so incredibly vibrant. It's almost hard to dilute them down enough to get something a bit lighter. It was possible. I did test somewhere, you know, with some colors you can slightly mute them down. No, of course you can mix them and mute them down and whatnot, but on their own. One thing that is missing in this set though, that makes mixing a bit of a pain, is that it doesn't have a cool red, like alizarin crimson style red, or pearl rubin or something like that. Okay. Book Outlet is selling this Gothic book series that presumably AI. I always love seeing artist got. Okay. Yeah. Plancha, yep, I have Crown and Flames. This stream settled down. It was a bit crazy here for a bit. Sure, I probably get the season sets anyway, to be honest, for a whole set syndrome. Okay. Sunny, I have the frog book too. I don't know what to use yet to color in it. I don't own watercolor paints, but maybe gel crayons will be awesome. Oh, hi, Jana. Hi, Annika and all. I just come from work. Oh, 8-hour shifts. Melting into your sofa. Quite rightly so. Sorry, having a drink. Nice ice drink I have here. Okay, so yeah, a watercolor base definitely works. Do you have, it all depends if you're trying to preserve, like some pages you could easily do basing them with, they have, this one actually tells you that they have fair bit of Shutterstock stuff, but they are properly crediting the Shutterstock, which I like to see. Anyways, what did I start saying? Yeah, some pages are totally okay. Like this one would have been fine to do with alcohol markers as well, which would really suit this book well, I think. I'm going to test now do something quickly with pencils. I'm just picking the page. And I will also try water-based markers somewhere. Somewhere it doesn't, maybe that bow, because water-based markers would be interesting to see how they behave then. So, getting a little bit closer. Yeah. Just taking one of these, and I'm taking one of the lighter ones because I will probably want to shade it. How is it going down? Water-based marker, as far as lays down really smooth. That usually means a good sizing. If it doesn't get immediately super fast absorbed into the paper, then you get less streaking. So you should be able to do pretty decent areas with water-based marker without a major streaking. We're going to have a look how it behaves regarding bleed through. Is it going to go through? We'll find that out. But look how smoothly it went down. These are your regular Crayolas. That's hilarious. I just got a 4-second ad for mushroom coffee. I have never gotten that ad, although I get weirdest ads. Oh, sometimes I do like really weird ads. Like, at some stage, I was out of the blue starting to get like really, really extreme, extreme religious ads. A lot of them, and it's like, why? How? You know, how did YouTube algorithm decide that I am a good demographic, or, you know, kind of a candidate for these ads? Based on what? I would like to know. Okay, I'm going to put these ones away so things don't start falling, because we don't want a big crashes during this video. So let's see how it behaved. No, it didn't go through. See? Let's try something else, maybe bigger area. This one is going to be too big to do with water-based markers without streaking. It's just, you know, you're never going to be able to do that without some streaking. But in a smaller details or smaller areas, even possibly, you know, like mushroom cap or the frog like that, you might be able to do the base with water-based markers. Okay, so all right, let's try maybe to do the cap with water-based markers. No, actually, I'm trying to find something that doesn't have a picture behind. Yeah, they're positioned exactly. You have quotes backing quotes and pictures backing pictures. Whoever designed that book, it's like, why? Why did you do it that way? But let me see. Come on now. Oh, I might just do that. Okay. So something light. Something light. Well, not very light. I actually wanted something stronger colored here so I can test it out. Sunny, I have the super tips. Yeah, I'm now trying them in bigger area, which it will be tricky. I will get some streaking, but also it's more intense color, so I'm seeing how that will behave, because sometimes the darker colors or more intense colors want to go through. So if the area is bigger, then instead of trying to go in stripes, especially if there's like bits and details in between, I do things in circles like this. So if I do get some texture, I'm leaning into it essentially and making it look deliberate. So I'm just keeping it in tight, small circles. And I am keeping the marker very, very gently, almost like barely touching paper. And that way, even if you go over one area once or twice, you don't get pilling because you're just not rubbing the paper with your marker. You don't need to lean heavily onto water-based markers at all. Forget how you use them as a child, pressing onto the paper. Just have a very gentle hand and you get way less streaking and you don't get pilling. As I said, you know, if there's a little bit of texture working like this, it looks more of deliberate thing. And if you just wanted to go over it quickly with pencils, that would be very easy as well. So there. You do need to let it, before you go in with pencils, with shading here, if you want to do that, you do need to let it dry fully. So give it a little while. Base most of the page, or base plenty of elements, and then go back to the first one you based, and by that time it should be dry. But I sometimes just, you know, I have this thing that one evening is basing evening, and I do several books or several pages where I base things, and then I'm just leaving them overnight and just settle and dry down, and then next day or whatever, you know, whenever then I feel like it, I'll go in with pencils. With water-based markers, I rarely actually, if I base with them, I rarely start going in with pencils the same night or day. But mostly it's night, because it's me and I'm an owl and I never sleep, which I know is not exactly a good thing. If some areas feel that, okay, the stripe became very visible, go over it with slight circles again, and it evens out the texture and creates more deliberate looking. I can show you closer how it looks like, the texture, eventually. It's not a very strong texture at all. And it's very easy to even out, you know, if you wanted to smooth it out, it's very easy to go over with pencil and smooth it out. There you go. And this is done with water-based markers. And I think for water-based markers, that is a really nice, you know, pretty smooth result. You could, of course, if you wanted it to be really, really super smooth, you could wait until it's dry and then go over with second layer, and then it pretty much would be fully. But here you can see I did that, and I went over the areas repeatedly and constantly, and I did not get a bleed through. So this paper takes water-based markers really well for basing, if you have them. And you know, at least most of people would, you know, if they have water-based markers, a lot of people would have the Crayolas, and Crayolas work very well. So Atlanta, oh, I thought you were going to say ads for really strange personal products. No, I was getting like cult level religious ads, you know, like weird religious ads, which was like, no, don't send me these. Oh, didn't we have a big conversation about religion a few weeks ago? Yeah, no, it's not about a conversation about religion. It's just, how does YouTube algorithm decide those things? Although I do watch a lot of things about history, and possibly, you know, there might have been some themes in the videos that I watched that YouTube decided, okay, yeah, you know, she's into it. Did we do that to algorithm? No, that was way before that. No, Atlanta, that was like months ago. It doesn't give them to me anymore. Now I get, what do I get mostly now? Oh yeah, those really weird sloppy ads about, you know, if your kids are hyper, we have this wonderful app where there's exercises they might do, mental exercise they might do, and they're going to be magically all better now. All better now. Okay, so let's try watercolor pencils. Why not? Since I have them next to me. Do you have any watercolor pencils, Sally? Atlanta, Annika, can you talk about difference between Tombow and Super Tips, other than price point and the fact one is for artists and the other is for kids? For that, let me pull out, okay, wait a second. One is going to be right at dawn. Okay, here we go. This is my favorite tub of water-based markers. Let me now get you into this area here. I do not have Tombows. One day, maybe, they are out of my price range at the moment, you know, on the list of, yeah, it would be nice, but I live without them because I have plenty. But what are very, very comparable to Tombows are essentially the same. As far as build and ink quality and stuff like that, because I have tried Tombows, are two markers that I know definitely are, yeah, you know, just as lovely. One of them are Faber-Castell Goldfaber sketch. These are sketch ones, are they? These are the alcohol ones. Yeah, these are the aqua ones. So Goldfaber Aqua dual markers. And they are essentially the same, so I can talk based on them, essentially. So Tombow and Super Tip difference. One of the main differences being is the brush. These brushes are really, really nice. Both Tombow and that. And there's also, if you happen to kind of stumble, where are they? Why can't I find them now? I know I have them here, I know that. There's also Lyra markers, Lyra brush markers. I have one small set, which... Oh, here. Oh, oops. These are Lyra brush markers. I have some grays from them. I don't think I have anything else. Or did I have some skin tones as well? I don't think so. And they both have those really nice brushes, beautiful control. You know, flicking. They also, because of the brush, by their nature already, they streakless, and often they would have, you know, really nice inks. Now, the main reason, I think, is the color selection, which is, you know, I have a lot more like difficult colors or more muted, more interesting colors in the Tombow range than you do in, you know, most kids markers. Although I have to say nowadays, you know, with the, especially with the 150 set of Crayolas, you actually have a pretty decent color choice there. But yes, you know, Tombows have some really nice unique colors that you just don't get in Crayolas. And you know, so do these sets, although, you know, their inks are wonderfully concentrated, you know, they're really, really strong. If you work from palette, for example, if you just cripple them down, they are great for that because that ink goes long way. Yeah, they're just nice to use. That end, of course, is slightly different in Goldfaber Aqua. They have actual fine liners here at the end. Tombows would have like that sort of a tip on the other end. So the Lyra markers are pretty much identical in the build, and also, to be honest, the quality to Tombows. The main difference is that they have less colors, but they are very, very nice and very high quality, but they and also a fair bit cheaper, so I really like them. But my huge favorites, really loved Goldfaber for basing and kind of doing elements on the page. Fantastic water-based markers, but not cheap. And then another set that is very nice like that. Okay, let me put these ones back so I wouldn't lose my bits all over the place. I like to keep them in sets like this. My rubber band method, which seems to be getting more and more popular online lately. So this set is also lovely if you just want to try them out. They are actually, you can get them, these ones often are on good sales. They are Ecoline brush pens, and I actually recommend their pastel set. It's lovely. Technically these, I think, are refillable. You can kind of open them from the top and put the ink in. I have never, you know, gotten to the stage that I need to do that. And oh, damn it, they're pretty hard to open. And these also have a really lovely brush, a nice flexible brush, and beautiful colors. And the pastel set is fantastic. So yeah, you asked. Oh, hi, Erin. Hi, thank you. Excited to see the little frog. Thank you for this book. I love the books you sent, and I got such laughs out of the neck fan, which is at the moment in the other room. Oh, hi, Brittany. Oh, didn't see you coming in. Sorry. Male, not male. Oh, you're the Erin. Atlanta, I was thinking about the brush tip. Yeah, Erin. I'm typically behind the scenes watching, not commenting. You're the lurker like me. I'm also often a lurker. Often not because I am deliberately kind of, you know, keeping away or anything like that. My main thing is that I often tend to do something when I'm watching the streams, or often also the videos. And thus my hands are never free. See? These brush markers. Well, that one actually had a bit on it from previous time. So, lovely inks once again. Only thing about these ones I don't like the shape, that they are fairly kind of fairly chubby. So they're kind of harder to store in a way. Because of their shape and kind of the stumpy. You know, they're slightly shorter and stubbier. They only have one tip though, and that tip is a brush. And they're the nice quality, genuinely nice quality, and good inks. Good ink is important, you know. Okie doke. So we need to do that sky with something. And that is not going to be a water-based marker, I can tell you that. As I said already, watercolor. No, I tried here. Just put down these watercolors, by the way, Erin. And yeah, you can do anything. Nothing goes through. That is one of those kind of crazy papers. It does not feel thick at all, but it takes water pretty well, and even water-based markers aren't going through. Now I want to do that sky with something. I don't know what it's going to be. Probably, can I maybe do it with no, I'll just do actually the frog, and I'll do it with pencils. Just gonna feel out the pencils. Actually I might do something yeah, might do the frog with watercolor pencils, and then do those boots with regular pencils, because if I do that frog with the regular pencil, it's just going to take probably longer. Atlanta tombos are so saturated. Yes. And yeah, Hanika, I was thinking I don't often see in live streams. Yes, Atlanta, that is why I can be there. Not now as much time as I get, because I don't really get much of a YouTube time often. But if I do get a chance, I might be there, but I might be in a process of doing something, and therefore not speaking much. Okay, so we need to do the frog. How does the artist color the frog? Okay, we have kind of an olivey color frog, kind of a beigeish belly. But we might, we don't need to do the same. So I am taking this bright green, which is called the Bice green, and we'll see how it's going to behave for us here. That's pretty big area, so I want to just go sloppy. But even if you go fairly sloppy with the watercolor pencil, one thing to keep in mind is it's not really super important that you are super tight and neat, but it is important not to press very hard, because if you start pressing very hard, then you might end up embedding some lines into the paper. So just, be careful about that. Okay. So base is with a weird named green called Bice green. Whatever Bice means. I'm once again showing my ignorance. Tanta, those ecoline look great. Yes, they are. Cindy, I have seen people's sketchbooks online and the ecoline fade after a while. Do they? Okay. Even if in sketchbooks. I did not know that. Annika, did you say to feel up the pencils? Quite possibly I did. Char, especially if a lot DIY drawing and coloring. Okay. Atlanta, those Star J pencils look so skinny if that's what you're using. Okay, oh yeah, you're talking about, okay, pencils you have, because I don't have them. Sani, thank you for the tip. I color too hard with my watercolor pencils, and they get the lines when I try activate them, and it doesn't look smooth. Thank you. Yeah, it's just be light hand, and rather build it up a little bit. You could see here, I just put very light layer down first, and now I'm taking darker pencil. This one looks like that color might work better. And I'm just putting it down. And once again, I'm not pressing hard. Here we go. And this is going to be just a watercolor pencil, base, which I might well, either I'm going to go over with 1 or 2 layers afterwards. Watercolor pencils, in my experience, 1 layer is almost never enough, unless you're just using that layer as a base. You do need to kind of build it up a bit. But if you're looking at the moment that it looks messy, it does not matter, because everything here is going to be dissolved. Sunny, also, if you're having trouble dissolving the lines of watercolor pencils, it does slightly depend on what watercolor pencils you have. I think some of them actually do streak, but most of halfway decent ones don't, as long as you don't press very hard into the paper. Just use them with a light hand, and rather than trying to put down a very heavy layer in one go, just build them gradually, softer. And this way you should not get lines. Okay, I need to put stronger pencil here, because I want that leg to be in the shadow more. Okay, and now I'm bringing in a little bit of blue. Which one would go really well here? I'm taking this blue, so this is, what's it called? Cobalt Dark. I knew it was cobalt by looking at it, but not always is cobalt called, well, what I perceive as cobalt color is sometimes not called cobalt. Cobalt pigments are pretty expensive, so if it's a very budgety set of watercolors, for example, and they tell you that one of the pan is cobalt blue, then take it with a pinch of salt, unless they say hue or something like that, because cobalts will be rare. Like, they aren't the cheapest of pigments. They are beautiful though. I love cobalts. I love that shade of blue. I love cobalt green also. I love that they are granulating as pigments if you are in watercolor. So, really like them. But they're not cheap. And here I'm just using it, in my opinion, in this set, the greens. This is Mondeluz watercolor pencils that I happen to use because they were kind of next to me. And the greens don't go dark enough, so I'm just boosting it by layering in a bit of blue. And I might actually layer in tiny bit of red as well to give it, actually I might do, yeah, like warm red very slightly here, to when it all mixes, this I'm giving very slight hint of that, what is it called, it's warm red anyway, doesn't have name. Okay, that's good to know. Anyway, it's a very warm red. It looks a bit like vermilion, and I'm just giving very slight, some soft streaks of that one in there. And what it does is it's going to make the green, once it mixes together, it's going to make the green more olivey. Slightly. I'm not going to put heavy. I'm not going to very heavy-handed here. Just a little bit. Now, And then the belly color, I'm going to actually take that essentially skin color, which is peach. And I'm just going to put that down. Eventually there's going to be more shaping and shadowing there, but this one should pretty much be enough. Okay, so that's done. Now we need to just activate it to see how it's going to behave. Aren't you sunny? With most watercolor pencils you need to put down lots of pigment but also light pressure. Yes, layers and layers and layers. They are Atlanta, I've been using my cobalt blue a lot on my fantasy world page. Yes. And of course, if you just want to base or build in layers, also you can also just take pigment from the tip of the pencil with your brush. I'm starting once again in the lightest area and then moving into the darker area and activating it like that, so I don't contaminate the areas that I want to keep light with very strong bright colors. So see, we got this smooth. They actually activate here pretty nicely, I think. Now I'm once again taking the lightest area, which is the back of the the frog. And you can see how, once I'm mixing the colors, there was actually no olivey color there that looked right to me. So by adding that very, very, very light, not even layer, but smattering of very warm red on top of other layers of green and blue, you get more of an earthy, more muted, more olivey tone. Here we go. So there. This once again is of course first base, but the initial base layer, let's put it that way. Unless somebody gets giggles about the first base. Just like I just did. Okay, now, and this is really nice for a pencil base, I think. ONT watercolor pencils confounded me for the longest time. I am still learning watercolor pencils. I'm not really in any way or shape or form expert in them. But I'm kind of getting them a bit more nowadays. I used Inktense at some stage, a lot. And now I haven't used it much at all. I really should get back into it because I do like them. They're really great. They're like explosion on the page. And there's always that moment of almost kind of a startled vibes when you put them on page and then when you start activating them and how they suddenly just kick you in the face with their vibrancy that you get from them. It's awesome. Okay, we need to do... What color boots are we going to make? Okay, this is weird. Sorry. I'm getting distracted by something I shouldn't be getting distracted about. So, Prismas? Lucy, the only issue with noise aquarelle is that they only go up to 36 pencils, but in that sense, a decent 72 set would be more than enough for watercolor pencils. Watercolor pencils are like watercolors in that way. You can, even if they're good pigmented ones, you can pretty much, even with like 24 colors, you can mix with most colors, mix up most colors. In theory. I know that it's not as easy as that often. Okay, so what color boots? Once again, I do not know. Yeah, this one is still slightly, I feel that it's slightly, not like wet, but it's not quite fully dry. Well, either they're going to be red boots, or they are going to be black boots. Well, let's do red. Let's start with my Tuscan red. Just putting down a bit of a shadow here. I'm actually curious about how Prismas will lay here, because it feels pretty smooth. And Prismas are pretty nice, you know, on a smoother papers where they don't have to fight hugely. Well, I'm talking about coloring books now. If you actually do things that require loads of layering, you do still want to, you know, if you do your art, then you are better off with your Prismas on more textured paper. But in coloring books, they are kind of faster pencil if they don't have a lot of texture. Then you don't have to fight to grind them down. Okay. Yeah, laying down as on a fairly. Let me get you a little bit closer, maybe. Yeah, like on a fairly smooth paper. Which I am very pleasantly surprised about the papers in these, especially in this one, because the paper does not feel very thick here at all. It feels fairly thin, actually. But it withstands water really well. I'll see how the pencil vibrancy here is. I actually have to say that the previous paper, the Maurizio Campidelli book, the Gothic book, was better with pencils. It took pencils better. It grabbed the pigment better. This one definitely the tooth will get full faster. Okay, so we have crimson red. So I'm just bringing it into the Tuscan red. Just trying to I don't know if I should try to put blender pencil afterwards onto them as well to see how it feels like. At the moment I definitely like the, for pencils, the better on the other book, the paper on the other, in the other book better. But that's not saying that pencils are bad here. I just thought that the other paper was really nice. This one is totally tolerable. Like, you can get really easy and vibrant effect, and it does grab to the pigment totally enough. I don't think you can layer as much as you would be able to do with the previous one. But that's not really important for most of people anyway. What was the name of this one? That was just hot pink, was it? Yeah. So here I'm using that one just like a blender now. Just going over all the areas. Smooth things out. Yeah, it was really easy and fast to do with Prismas. I don't want them to have a super shine, those boots. Okay. Okay, let me see who is here, what's happening. Erin, Annika, the decision is entirely up to you, of course, but those little frog high heel boots are just screaming for a bit of pizzazz. I was thinking about doing that band here with something sparkly and have the black heels. In Brazil, we call them drag boots. Those boots remind me so much of a Broadway show, Kinky Boots, which I actually had a pleasure seeing on Broadway. Oh, there is some great drag content on Instagram. Oh, hi, Jackie. I just saw you, that you came in. Night on the town. Atlanta, it's morning in Australia. Oh, Jane. Oh, my goodness, still here. Yeah, I'm going to be here for a little while longer. Do I have any grays, by the way, in this set? Do I? Oh, darn gosh. Blum, blum, blum. Beep, beep. I don't have any grays here, do I? Yeah, that's the problem with a 36 set of pencils. You don't get any grays. I do have... might use that instead of a gray. It's a sage, I think. Yeah, no, jade green. Yeah, I'm using that instead of gray. This is now going to be me improvising because I didn't check things before I started coloring. And powder blue. Let's see how these ones are going to work together. So, using black here, then feathering it in from there as well on a light hand. At the back here, I'm put down a good bit of black, and then I'm doing that little area here with the jade green. Yes, actually it does work, like kind of gray substitution. Phew! And the same story here, I'm pulling that over that lighter application of black. I'm pulling that jade green upwards, flicking it to the middle. And then I'm taking that powder blue. Ouch. It was... and I'm going over with it with the jade green again. Yeah, that works. Oh, happy birthday! Happy birthday, Jackie! Leo power! Oh. And I just learned that 9 is a powerful number in Norse mythology. They are all Leo and only Virgo. Oh no, Jackie. Well, happy birthday, Jackie, or happy soon arriving birthday, let's put it that way. I hope you're gonna have really nice one. I'd say mine is going to be fairly nice, and just kind of a more of a relaxing than big partying thing. Okay. All right. And I also okay. I'm just using shamelessly the black here again. I have no issues using black. At some stage it was like super demonized using black anywhere. In coloring or color mixing, it was just the cardinal sin. Never use black. It's like, yes I do. Because often I just don't get with any other pencil the depth that I want to go for. Okay, and I might put eventually some glitter onto the boots as well after the base is done, but at the moment I probably won't be bothered doing that. Okay. All right. Now I need gold. Where's my golden? Golden. My hot 2 markers are running out. They are getting very sad. I think I might have another one, kind of a last spare from my packet, but mostly they're all gone. I might eventually put the glitter effect onto those boots as well, mostly with gel pens to be honest, but at the moment I leave them alone because I do have that elegant little golden band on them. Look at that. Aren't they lovely? Leos are a bit much. My ex-husband was one too, and well, that didn't work out. Believe me, by the time mine comes around, they're all fed up and mine gets ignored. I use black all the freaking time, says Lucy. Yep, so you should. These look like some fancy Doc Martens. Sparkly. So yeah, that base I'll leave it to be. So you can see that things are all right in this book. I think I might eventually go in and do the sky with something like gel crayon, possibly, because it's a fairly big and not too many details area, so it would be easy to put gel crayons in. Actually, I might pull them out. I think I have one set, but I'm not going to brush them. I would just go direct in this time. I'm going to put the black back in. So there we go. Every girl deserves a pair of red heels. That's right, Jane. I used to, at some stage, I think most of my boots that I owned were burgundy. I loved burgundy boots. That was my favorite color to get. Anytime I would get boots, they would be deep burgundy. I didn't really like or some kind of mixes or variations of burgundy and red or something like that. I used to wear a lot of black with essentially burgundy or red boots. Oh, the gel crayons, that's what I needed. Yeah, I know that I had. So I'm not taking the King Art ones at the moment. I'm bringing out these ones. They're like finer. I'm checking my moon is in Virgo, and I honestly like Virgo energy much more than Leo energy. Okie doke. Those are Annika style Louboutin, however you spell that red soul brand. The boots look like fluvogs? I don't even know what they are. I just thought they would be nice and fancy and fun. But they look like fancy boots anyway. Check yours is August 23rd, 26th. Okay. Cindy, you have a huge collection of fluvogs. I will forget about them, but they do sound cool. I have similar gel crayons. Great. Well, I don't know exactly what I'm doing, to be honest with them. Jackie is more of an expert in doing things with gel crayons, but we'll try to figure something out. So, we need... I don't think I'm gonna put a gold glow around. Do we have like really, really light? I'll have that. And we need blue. And we need... This is purplish, isn't it? Let me pull out a piece of paper so I can actually check. This is purplish. Yep, this is purplish. Okay. So I pulled out a variety of weird blues. And first I'm going to very carefully put a little circle around the sun. And I'm going over it with a finger like this. Just so there will be less chance of actually mixing the blues with that yellow, because I don't want that. Okay, doke. Let's start with, first I'm going to put around, which one of them is going to be lighter? Okay. We just try them both. This is now from the category I have not a clue what I'm doing. Because usually when I have done things direct on the page with these ones before, But most of the time when I use not acrylic, gel crayons, I use them with brushes. I dry brush them. I never dilute them though. Like I never actually put them down onto the palette, pick them up with water and use them as paint, or dilute them on the page with water and something like that. Never do that. For some reason, this is not a thing for me. Okay, so let me see if I put it down, can I immediately go over the edge and diffuse it? I am using this aquaish color around the sun because to me this color feels warmer than this more blue, red leaning blue. This is my brain quirk, but it is what it is. Oops. I'm doing, if I'm working with stuff like that, gel crayons, oil, pastels, it's the finger most of the time. There's a lot of talk about shoes. 250 pairs. Fluevogs? They are like art that you wear on your feet. He had a line years ago that looked like horse hooves. Now I see some mid-heel Mary Janes that have 3-inch heel and are 449. I need to look away. I like these shoes too much. Sweet little frog boots. I don't know if, I am a Leo. I don't know if I do have Leo energy or not, to be honest. I never... What is Leo energy? Oh, okay, this is going to be a bit tricky. Okay, I need to break this book in. Otherwise, I can't get into that area here. Even then, it's a bit tricky. But hey, we just take what we're given. I'm not going to do a smooth up to down gradient. I'm just going to try figure out what colors and where I'm going to place. Okay. Otherwise, it's mostly okay. Near those butterflies, it tends to be a little bit too... Okay, I might need... I might need my... these ones, whatever they're called. Q-tips. Very close to the objects here, which are a bit more... No, I don't want to go too much into them. Alrighty. Okay. So this color... I need to get enough of it down. Yeah, about that shape. A bit of a wedge shape from the corner. Wedge shape, not wet shape. From the corner. And then I need to start blending other color into it. Let's see how these two blend. We'll figure that out. I think the grass is there. Eventually I will pull in more with the acrylic markers and such, so I'm not really afraid to go over them. And also if I go slightly into those white bits on the mushroom, they will be anyway emphasized with the acrylic markers or gel pens as well, the white there. Okay, so I just need to alright, so I need to get those ones. Gel crayons can be erased to like mostly arrange, let's put it that way. You will have a bit of a cast color, like trace color on the paper, which does not bother me most of the time because it's actually nice to have color that ties things together with the environment around it. Okay, so just, I don't know, creating some movement in the sky. I don't even know what exactly I am trying to do, other than I felt that it was a bit boring the way it was. I can work more on that eventually. Okay. I might have gone too close to the sun area. Okay, I'm getting a bit, sorry, I'm out of the shot a bit. Leos are called arrogant. Oh, sorry, let me see. Shoes and handbags used to be a real problem. Now it's just supplies and coloring books. Leos can be petty. Okay, this is true. There's a lot of Instagram content about that. They keep receipts for days, almost as bad as scorpions, because not quite bad as that. Scorpio was the other star sign that I was never going to date again. I see a lot of arrogance in my Leos and rarely say sorry, which irritates me more than anything else. And lots of confidence, which is great, but sometimes misguided. I don't think I'm a very typical Leo in that sense. Let's put it that way, overconfidence is not one of my main traits. Most of the times I freely admit that I have not a clue what I'm doing. Okay. This is going to be a bright, bright summer sky. At first I thought maybe to do a sunset, but then I realized that I can't do a sunset when sun is up in the sky there. So yeah, that thought kind of was snuffed out pretty fast. Okay, I'm doing the edge with a fresh marker, so it would diffuse or blend better. And I'm taking now that lighter marker that I had in there, and I'm going to try and blend it somewhat together. I think we have a white in that one as well. Let me see how well the white is going to work also. I need to blend these ones out here. Well, as we all know, like gel crayons, unless the paper is absolutely silky and it has nothing to grab onto, gel crayons will work on most papers for you. It's a really universal tool. So now I'm putting the texture lines in the sky. No, actually I meant to do that a bit later when everything else was finished. I need to play with, I kind of wanted to play a little bit with just adding some interest to the sky. Oops, I went over with my nail and scratched off bits. And you could probably have other influences in your chart, like I have Virgo. Quite possibly, yeah. Like if anytime I have actually read, you know, what Leo is supposed to be like, there are, of course, some traits that, yeah, there. But in all the fairness, most of them, but quite a lot of them, I just, maybe it's just you don't see yourself very well. Okay, so okay, just adding some interest to the sky so it wouldn't be, it doesn't need to be perfect, but I don't want it to be kind of very uniform and a bit boring, if you know what I mean. Just give it some movement, let's put it that way. Okay. Alrighty. All right, and maybe I should. I'm gonna try. I might be sorry for it. This is the darkest blue. If I just pull that darkest blue in this set, let's put it that way. It's just I'm essentially doing diagonal textured gradient here, which probably isn't the most traditional way you should be doing it, but hey, just add some interest. No. All right, so there's some movement. Okay. All right, and then where's my thing? Before it gets too settled, I'm going to take some bits off. Okay. Now I had this thing, so here near the cap of the mushroom, I did have some kind of slight white areas. I'm going to push the pigment slightly in there if I can. All right, do I have white? I know yeah, I do have white. Let's see how it's going to work for me. Oh, we're talking about horoscopes. Oh, I'm missing all the... Capricorns can be very serious and very hardworking. I have a friend, a very good friend who's Capricorn, and she is like super, or almost standard Capricorn. Okay, just pulling them down a bit. I'm not sure if I like it or not. Well, it's an experiment. I can't really lose that cloud, but it would look, this sky would look better if there wasn't this fluffy cloud here in the corner. I should have just colored over it, to be honest, because that cloud doesn't really fit there very well. So I'm adding a little bit of an extra texture here and there. And then just very slightly playing with it. Okay. Alrighty. And now I'm going to do kind of a cartoony vibes. If they work out, let's see. So just doing little broken circular or curved lines around the sun. Okay, and see if I can do the same thing with white without it looking terrible. Okay. Just going with white over that area immediately around the sun. Easy. have Capricorn rising, that means those are the personality traits you see first on meeting someone. Huh. I've never actually looked into it. Atlanta, my daughter is a dragon too, Chris, so I'm literally mother of a dragon. Khaleesi. Isn't that cool? Okay, so I keep layering now those white little circular or curved lines around the sun to give it a bit more kind of a fun and magical and kind of more illustrative vibe, so it wouldn't be just flat blue sky. I think the sky actually now is starting to look pretty interesting. And once I actually color the sun and, you know, do the rays, most likely I might do them with gold actually. But I will give proper color once though the gel crayons are dry. Let's see. But it needs definitely now sit for a day or two before it's nicely dry, so I can actually carry on with it. Oh, there you go. Starting to get the... It looks actually better in real life than it does on the camera. Not surprisingly. But yeah, I think that's doable. I'm also needing to slightly clean up things here. I think I need to charge my my eraser. It doesn't seem to have kind of the same power like it should. Just not fully trying to erase the color of those butterflies, but just most of the gunk of them. If there's a little bit of a color underneath, that is not actually a bad thing. There you go. Some of the maid Taurus I know are scary. You clearly have better idea of what is actually involved and, you know, what the properties of different star signs should be. Properties. Character traits, not properties. I should have cleaned it before I pushed it in. I have one cap missing. Of course I do. Come on, where are you? Here you are. Let's not lose the caps. I don't want them to dry out. These ones are actually quite nice. These gel crayons, I find. I would love if they had 48 set, but they only have 36. But the color selection is very decent. Okay, so I do have the King Art ones as well, but these ones, especially if I want to work around some bits and pieces, they're just smaller. So they're in a way easier to use. Okay, baby wipe. My dad's a Taurus. I was scared of him as a child, embarrassed as a teenager, and frustrated as a young adult. Now I just accept that's who he is. I handle my own with discernment. Checking in case there any medium that you cannot use. You're unnatural with everything. That is not true, but thank you for the compliment. These ones are very similar actually to oil pastels, but oil pastels just blend a little bit better. Let's put it that way. What I have noticed with gel crayons from the little that I worked with them, that different sets do have different blending properties. For example, Bible highlighters, they don't blend very well on their own on the paper. They tend to just go down and then they don't move. These ones blend all right, but the way they blend, I find that often it's better to put down light color first and then put on the darker color onto its border and pull it onto the light one. They do get better blending that way then, in my experience anyway, than if I put down dark and then try to blend it out with light. You still have the kind of very harsh border often. I find that, yeah, it works better if I put light down first and then pull the darks into it. But that's pretty much, everybody has their own experiences, so I can't really speak of, how it's gonna work for you. This one I will keep open and I let it settle for at least 24 hours. They do dry though, unless unlike oil pastels, they will actually settle and become nicely permanent. Well, I presume that if I went in with loads of water, they would probably eventually activate, but I'm not planning to. I don't know what I'm going to do with the grass. I could have done them with do I have time for any other books to try out? I actually want to try water in Hocus Pocus before we leave, so I'm going to leave the grass as is. The grass I probably just throw in gouache or watercolor, kind of a quick base. So I'm leaving that as is at the moment. Chris, I still believe that despite your zodiac sign, you should behave towards people in a respectful way. Of course. Maybe this is because I've been teaching for 29 years and I always deal with different personalities. Sunny, I love the sky and the frog. Fantastic. Thank you. And you saw yourself that sky does not take long. And it's fun to do. And you can try different color combos as well. You can do red sky or purple sky or deep yellows, or combine different colors. Here I went for that mostly because, as I said, I could not do any sunsets or anything like that because the sun is clearly high up in the sky. Okie doke, leaving that open, and I want to try the Hocus Pocus. Let me put things away because things are on top of things and they will start soon falling. Okay. I know that in Eilidh Muldoon book, we probably won't get to it, but I'm not worried because I know that this book takes pretty much anything. But I don't know anything about this paper. I've never had any experiences with that publisher either. I don't think so. Bonnier Books, don't know them. The paper feels, it's not super thick, but that doesn't really tell us much. So let's find a page that either I'm not sorry about the back. I shall always be with you. It's just a bunch of Hocus Pocus. What's the page behind that? No, actually, I kind of would like that page. The line art here is so nice. I really like how that artist draws. And of course, the name of the artist is not mentioned at all. Apparently Disney doesn't do that, which is, I think, not nice. The name of the artist should be mentioned. You only have to press the button to turn that rechargeable razor on to use afterwards. Yes, I know, but it just feels a bit off at the moment. I need to charge it more, see if it boosts it. Chris, yes, I feel it's too easy to blame zodiac sign for rudeness and bad behavior. Well, my opinion only. I haven't really seen anybody who has done that, to be honest. Well, in my, like, I haven't come across anybody who has actually kind of blamed that, you know, that's just me, that's my star sign. But if that's what person would do, then no, I would not accept that as an excuse. Sure, have a good night. Have those crayons too, I think. Jupiter. Yes, they are Jupiter. They're nice. I got them because I have King Arts and they're really nice, but I wanted something that I could work around the page because they are skinnier. So in a way, you know, on smaller pages or more detailed pages, they're just easier to deal with than putting King Arts direct down. Although I can, you know, deal with that one too, but sometimes they're just super handy. I just wish that they had 48 colors, as I said. Char, my battery is running out, need to disconnect. Okay. Have a good, you know, whatever is left from your day. Charge yourself up again. Bye, Chris. Jackie, astrology is just a tool. I use it more to understand myself rather than analyze others. But it can help to understand why someone consistently makes certain choices. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Cindy, I don't think I've ever seen Hocus Pocus, but I have the coloring book. I have seen Hocus Pocus. It is a fun movie. It's just very good actors all across. The witches are just fantastic. Which page will I go for that I could just put color down that I don't care about the back? It's a full moon outside. Okay. I don't really care about this page much. This one I do like. I really like that one. It's a double page spread. I'm not going to commit to that. Something that I can quickly put maybe background or something in. Because I mainly want to try watercolor here. To see if I can base with watercolor. Huh. Another glorious morning makes me sick. Okay, so I thought maybe I'll try to do this one. So I need to get the backing sheet for it. Ow, ow, ow. Yeah, about that. Backing sheet, and do I need to shorten it slightly? No, I'll be fine. So, once again, lifting a couple of pages from here and folding the excess underneath these pages, and that protects the edges of the book and the pages underneath. Also, it doesn't let the backing paper move as much. Okay. I smell children. Okay, I need water. And this one I actually going to I'm actually going to use a big brush. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put down a full layer all over the page, all over the background of something fairly toxic green, because I want to let it dry and then next time to go over the areas between those magical swirlies with a dark color, as opposed to going around everywhere with dark color and then, you know, trying to stay within lines there. I'm just going to give all over base of something fairly bright green. Let's see what I have here. I don't know if I want neon. Maybe I should go for neon. Let me see. There is really no neon. How is that neon green? What is it like? Is it just... I might actually do that. Yeah. A mix of neon green and neon yellow as a base here. And then afterwards I'll put something really dark down. And I'm going to have color variation then already inbuilt onto those swirlies. Okay, so need a big brush. I have my tub of water here. Okie doke. Where's my brush? I don't have a big brush here at the moment. Sorry, I'm gonna get it. No, that's too chubby. It doesn't sharpen up. I might do the flat brush again for that one, because there's not a huge amount of detail on the outline of the witch, whose name I don't remember. Oh boy! Sorry, I did say more gourmet food, smoked oysters, or arugula and congee. Wow. It's really an iron-rich diet. I love that page. This is... I just like how that witch is drawn. The expression. It's just fun. Okay, let me pull so you can see the paints as well. You don't need to see my tub of slightly gunky water, because I had planned to change the water before the stream, but somebody was constantly in a shower there. Okay, so I'm just gonna go straight from the pan. Okay, I'm gonna activate things. I'm gonna put... If I contaminate the yellow a little bit, I don't really mind. It's just... I'm doing full cover. Spots of green. If it goes through, it goes through. It will definitely start to buckle. I already feel it buckling. But it seems to be that I am able to move the paint. It's just, you know, even. Yeah, it seems to be that I can activate. Okay. Let's... All right, now the paints are more activated. Yeah, it is definitely paper that buckles good bit. So I'm trying not to go overly wet. It doesn't seem to be breaking into the dots though. So we'll see. I should be able to. I'd say working with things like neo colors and watercolor pencils is definitely going to be okay. If you try to get wetter, the way I'm working here, that could be a bit tricky. Because it does want to buckle. Just making sure that... Okay. Just making sure that they're nice and bright. Because you're going to have the color shift as well. When it dries, it's going to dry a little bit paler, then it goes down. So we don't want to skimp. All right. Should I put in some? No, I just want to keep it to yellow and green. I was thinking about maybe dropping in some blue as well, but it just wouldn't work here, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, the paint moves on the paper all right, except this paper wants to buckle quite easily. But that usually, that sort of a buckling, it'll settle once it's dry. Often most of those creases and buckling traces have settled down. So I'm adding a little bit extra of that neon yellow here and there. I'm trying to make sure that I definitely keep nice bright paint on those swirlies, because anything else in between isn't really that important. It's going to be all covered up because I'm going to put in maybe indigo or something really dark that will set off those swirls. I might even maybe do acrylic marker possibly. Yeah, so I'm just gonna leave them as is, let it dry. Now let's see how it's behaving. Did it go through? Yeah, in the areas where I worked several times and went really wet, you can see there is ghosting. If I but if I, like in the areas where I just put one layer watercolor down, it's fine. I'd say it's going to be okay if you, for example, do neocolor or watercolor pencils here, or if you work watercolor, then just one layer at a time, let it dry, put another layer on. Atlanta, you're really inspiring me. I have some fluorescent watercolors I haven't used yet. Yeah, that's kind of a lazy way of doing it. Instead of being super precise about coloring them in, just put the neon or whatever bright color you want. Put it all over the page, or you might want to just keep it, you don't have to cover the whole thing as long as you cover the swirlies. And then if you take really dark paint to set it all up and bring everything forward. I'm not sure how I'm going to color her yet. I'm not basing her. I'd say also it's getting, well, I might do something. Let me see if I have some paints near me. I'm putting the neons away now anyway. I'm grabbing those, my jello ones again, and I'm grabbing a water brush to see if that's gonna behave a little bit different. This one didn't really have many grayish tones. Yeah, I'm gonna probably take the Magella. It has more neutrals. And I think at the moment we want neutrals. Because she's a sturdy old-timey witch. Oh, I have this color little thingy-malingy. So maybe the shirt should be maybe white. So if we want to do a white shirt, I think that color is a nice base color. So I'm here and actually now testing how the color is dispersing if I'm using it directly onto the paper with water brush, and how I can diffuse it and blend it out. Actually, it works pretty well on this paper. And with the water brush, you don't have really the buckling issue either. So this one is fine. Because you're not using as much water, obviously. So it also needs the same color. I think it's the same little shirt or chemise. Okay. Here I had too much dark paint here. I was able to just take it off essentially. Yeah, it's pretty decent. Like, it's not ideal, but I can totally do watercolor here. Now, what color hair are we going to have, miss? Is it all hair? Yeah, I think it is. So I'm putting down this reddish brown here. Oh, I went very dark. Okay, yeah, we can pull the... If you go very dark, it's very easy then afterwards to just put in highlights. And a bit of a extra shadows in with the pencil. It actually makes a really quick coloring if you give it more intense space. It is important on a paper like this to be pretty darn gentle with your brushes. Just making sure that I have enough here of color. Okay, that one looks all right. And maybe the vest thing is going to be something burgundy-ish. Do we have anything like that? Might actually do it that sort of a green. So that is a 6th pan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's pretty intense dark color. I just wonder if the granulation is going to show on this paper at all. I think it will. This color is really nicely granulating. You're gonna have that color split and color variations in it, which does a lot of work for you. You just need to put a little bit shading in and it's already going to look great. Okay. Yeah, you can already kind of slightly see how the colors are starting to break apart on this one. Okay. Now then, we're getting the vest ready. Kind of unifying it a bit. All right. That's gonna be a good base for the vest. Erin, I believe this, which was also one of the most hilarious nuns in the movie Sister Act, with Whoopi Goldberg. Such a great flick. Yeah, it's a, from what I remember, I haven't seen that for a while, but I thought Hocus Pocus was great fun. Okay, there also needs to be, since it seems to be some sort of a tartar thing going on here at the back, so I'm going to put in slightly different tone of green. So they kind of go together, but they are slightly different. And I let it to be pretty dry, not pretty dark, so I can get like red stripes maybe onto it with a colored pencil, and they would actually show up. And maybe even yellow stripes. So I'm keeping the base pretty dark. Like intense. I'm not going to try and... Yeah. Really like that green, by the way. And now we need a red apron. Or something in reddish. Actually, this color would actually work very well. So, I think. I might be wrong, but I'll try it out. Okay, I need to... The brush is a little bit too dry. Paint isn't dispersing very well. I think it starts usually happening more when the brush is getting slightly emptier. At first, when it's nice and full, it has a really good flow. But the flow always gets slightly worse if the brush is not properly full. So I might need to fill my... Oh, now I got loads of water out. Now then. There we go. Okay, just trying to get the color down. some reason I'm having a bit more trouble distributing that burgundy paint. I don't know why. Maybe because the brush is constantly getting empty for me. But it just doesn't lay down as smoothly as most of the other ones there. And it wants to get splotchy on me. Oh well. Just creating some textures into it. All right. And we're gonna make them pockets nice and yellow. Because there's gonna be some gold items there as well. And I can, oh darn it. I missed a bit. Missed it. Alrighty. I need to get into the middle of this one. Okay, there we go. We have the costume of the witch based as well. Only sometimes I just mush things together for fun. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the witches in Hocus Pocus were also sisters, so technically she's Sister Mary in both movies. True that. Okay, do we have anything here which would count as a skin color? Because granulating paints aren't really the best for doing the skin colors. I do have, let me check. I do have the big 150 set here. I'm sure I can just put a quick skin base down from there. Lazy one instead of mixing. Because it is getting late. Well, it has already been late for a while. Let's be honest, it's in the middle of the night. Okay, so skin color. She was reasonably fair, I think, as far as skin went. Although it doesn't really bother me much either way. Okay, so maybe that skin color? That's a bit too light. Yeah, that's better. Just putting even layer of that onto her skin. Just taking the white of the paper here. That's all I'm doing here. There's no shading. Nothing too involved. There we go. That is nice. I think that skin color actually works really well here. Yeah. Oh, that's it. We have this image. The initial base down. The next stage is going to be the dark areas between those swordies. And then I can shade her, and the shading of her won't take huge amount of time. Like, she's a fairly simple figure. Okie doke. Now, I think it's time for us to finish for this stream. I might need to get myself to bed eventually. At least I have my water here. I can have a drink upstairs. I hope you had a good time. I got a bit too distracted towards the end of the video and I missed a whole lot of that really fun astrology conversation. So I might have to look myself at my own live stream afterwards to see what it was all about. So thank you very much for watching, people. Big hugs and hellos to everybody. Thank you, Erin, and thank you, Chris and Lucy and Nessa, for wonderful presents. I've had great times playing with them, and we'll have even more great times playing with them because there's loads there to do and try out. I already managed to somehow, okay, mess it up. Oh, just in case you were wondering, when I was working just with water brush, nothing came through here. And also remember where it was showing really clearly that it was true and the edges there when it was very wet. Now that it's trying to dry out, it's disappearing, so it's not really going to come through that easily. Yeah, the buckling here is more of an issue. Hopefully it will be fine once it dries and you can put it underneath some other books as well for a short while. It's going to straighten out. Thank you so much, people. I hope you're going to have a wonderful Sunday and what's left on Saturday in many of your cases. In my case, the Saturday is so gone. But some of you still have a good chunk of it ahead, so have a good weekend. Enjoy yourselves. Be happy and be safe. Stay strong. Stay fun. And big hugs again, okay? Hopefully we'll see each other again in the next stream or a stream after that, whenever you get a chance. Everybody is super welcome, and you know, I would love to chat with you again. Okay? Oh, I'll miss you, people. Okay. Bye. Bye.